Halo, kenapa Mas? Udah ya? Yuk. Udah keluar ya? Iya, suaranya oke. Suaranya. Itu yang penting.
Tapi dia nyatu ya.
Udah dengerin ya suara mic-nya nanti.
Oke.
Malah suara ngobrol kita jelas banget
Iya.
ya, karena di sini mungkin ini.
Oh iya bener juga.
Kebenangan banget ya. Nah ini.
Hilang.
Halo, halo, halo. Kalau gue kompetin ini, apa yang terjadi ya? Soalnya gara-gara ini jadinya ribut banget kan nanti ya?
Ini kemana sih?
Enggak.
Ke sini.
Ini yang ini.
Ini salah kok.
Wah, tapi kok nggak mati?
Mati kok.
Mati ya?
Mati. Gak ada. Gak ada. Coba ke depan.
Stupid Darwin. Udah.
Oh ya udah. Oke.
Udah.
Udah.
Tutup sebelah mata aja udah.
Kok jadi putih banget ya?
Nggak apa-apa deh. Udah.
Udah. Oh ini kalau ini di pulin jadi
Dia
apa?
nggak bisa dia. Udah maksimal nih.
Ini yang si frame tadi kok bisa pindah-pindah. Nah ini.
Nah, dia nggak bisa lagi nih. Dia cuma bisa kayak gini doang.
Apa? Cutter setengah. Heeh. Iya, oke. Alam dua-dua. Titip ya. Barang dari ini. Timekeeper. Ntar kena ini nggak? Kabel nggak? Jangan atau sini nih, Pak. Ini Pak. Kan udah dikasih pokari. Ini nggak ada pokarinya.
Cah ya? Mau pakai mixer.
Boleh ada tadi. Tadi pakai pagi dok.
Ini ke sini. Ininya ke sini. Harusnya ya. Coba. Yang ini matiin aja kali ya. Mute yang apa nih namanya ini? Mixer juga. Mixernya colok. Hah?
Ini ada suara nih. Nah, dengar masuk kan suaranya?
Berarti kalau pakai mixernya coloknya ke speaker, bukan ke laptop. Iya udah. Jadinya bukan lain. Di mixer itu channel lain. Kalau pakai mixernya coloknya ke speaker, bukan ke laptop. Iya udah. Lain. Cabut. Ini udah kedengeran. Bulat mas suara. Bulat tapi ini cabut dulu biar ini berubah jadi PC. Sama si lain juga. Pencet lagi ya, pencet lagi. Tapi suara masuk sih. Iya. Mic-nya kejauhan. Kemudian suara kejauhan.
Masuk nih suaranya.
Iya, ini coba.
Masuk nih. Suaranya sih masuk. Mendingan dari yang tadi kan kayak nyaru banget ya. Ini agak bulat dia, cuma
Suara si manusia. Kalau misalkan ada suara sound kurang kedengeran kecuali dia si bassnya jadi ada cempreng, kalau cempreng dia kedengeran.
cuma ini kalau ngobrol dari sini kedengeran nggak?
Iya makanya kalau coba pakai mic ya tes.
Coba tes aja, tes. Mas Nova tes 1 2 3. Lama dulu.
masuk isi gimana ya?
Isi bosan deh. Cuma rada ngaum ya dia.
Halo, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cek. Halo.
Cek, halo, selamat pagi para hadirin. Diinfokan kembali acara akan dimulai sesaat lagi. Terima kasih.
Mendingan nggak?
Masukin mic ke mixer kan udah ya. Kan speaker out dari mixer. Intinya mau udah ya.
Soalnya kalau di sini kan cuma masukin in
Oh,
aja nih.
iya,
Outnya
iya.
nggak aku masukin. Oh,
Apa?
audio output ini dimasukinnya.
Coba. Ini dong, bukan itu. Kan ini. Enggak, iya bener.
Ya.
Speaker out dari mixer, salah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan
pertanyaanlah maka kita semua juga ada dokter Darwin di sini ini harus diadani semua karena perkenannya lah maka kita semua bisa berkumpul dalam kondisi sehat untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini sudah diselenggarakan cukup lama ya selama bertahun-tahun dan FKG juga selalu menyelenggarakan dan tahun ini juga hari ini sudah sampai pada tahapan FKG UI seperti kita semua tahu adalah sampai saat ini alhamdulillah adalah yang terbaik di Indonesia kita juga terbaik ketiga di Asia Tenggara. Nah, jadi prestasi kita ini sudah unggul dan keunggulan dari FKG UI ini tentunya tidak terlepas dari peran semua komponen sivitas akademika UI terutama juga para mahasiswanya karena tanpa prestasi dari para mahasiswanya tentunya catatan reputasi FKG UI tidak Jadi adanya pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi ini sangat penting karena akan menjadi representasi dari performance FKG UI khususnya di bidang mahasiswa. Jadi tentunya FKG UI sebagai salah satu PTNBH terbaik di Indonesia beruntung ya sudah mendapatkan mahasiswa yang cream of the cream. Tentunya yang bisa masuk FKG UI adalah bibit-bibit unggul. Dan kami bertugas sebagai pengajar, tentunya kami bertugas untuk terus mengupayakan mengasah bibit-bibit ini untuk bisa terus berkembang maksimal sampai nanti kami lepaskan menjadi sarjana atau menjadi dokter gigi yang juga unggul di masyarakat. Ya. Jadi tidak hanya unggul waktu mahasiswa, tapi terus unggul dan terus berprestasi memberikan yang terbaik untuk negeri. Dan itulah gunanya kegiatan non-akademik. Jadi tidak hanya kegiatan akademik, jago di pelajaran, dan itu tentunya penting. Tapi kegiatan non-akademik yang salah satunya mahasiswa prestasi ini juga sangat penting. Karena disinilah adik-adik punya kesempatan untuk mengasah, ya, mengasah seberapa jauh kemampuan. Ya. Dan tentunya juga diperlukan keluasan hati. Walaupun kita berupaya maksimal, tapi apapun hasilnya diperlukan sportivitas. Ya. Dan untuk belajar, apa sih kelebihan dan kekurangan dari masing-masing, supaya kita bisa menjadi lebih baik. Jadi generasi muda ini adalah agent of change. Perguruan tinggi itu hanya tempat menggodok, mengasah. Tapi nanti hasilnya adalah para lulusannya yang itu akan menjadi penerus generasi sebelumnya. Jadi di pundak adik-adik inilah nasib bangsa ini akan diperjuangkan. Jadi saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para dewan juri. Tentunya tidak mudah ya mungkin memilih yang terbaik dari yang sudah baik-baik. Tapi saya percaya ini dewan jurinya mungkin dulu MAPRES juga ya. Jadi sudah punya pengalaman dan juga dosen-dosen yang sangat qualified. Terima kasih kepada tim kemahasiswaan FKG UI. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Darwin yang sudah menjalankan amanah dari Prof. Ari untuk memimpin jalannya kegiatan mahasiswa prestasi FKG UI 2022. Terima kasih kepada panitia yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara ini. Selamat kepada para finalis MAPRES, selamat berjuang. Mudah-mudahan nanti pemenangnya bisa juga menjadi pemenang, paling tidak finalis ya di level UI, di level nasional, membawa keharuman. Demikian, mudah-mudahan acara ini bisa berlangsung dengan lancar dengan hasil yang maksimal. Dengan ini saya nyatakan kegiatan mahasiswa prestasi FKG UI 2023 Grand Final dibuka. Dan demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Apresiasi saya pada seluruh yang terlibat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih atas sambutannya kepada Dr. Ria. Kemudian akan ada sambutan dari Profesor Dr. Gigi Ariadna Disatya Jais, MBiomed PhD PBO, kepada Prof. Ari dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Juri, ada Prof. Ite, ada Dr. Edi, Dr. Indonesia. Ini ada staf saya, Dr. Darwin, terima kasih ya, Dr. Darwin, juga para para finalis dan adik-adik mahasiswa ini. Saya menyambung ininya Dr. Dia ya, sebenarnya ya. Dr. Dia tadi mengatakan bahwa kita ini mahasiswa FKG ini nomor satu. Kegiatan ekstrakurikuler ini menjadi penting karena untuk memperkaya soft skill. Jadi saya mohon di sini dengan acara ini anak-anak ini kan mahasiswa pilihan. Ini kegiatan ini adalah kegiatan sebenarnya kerjasamanya FKG UI, fakultas dan BEM. Tapi sayangnya ini BEM ini belum terpilih Dr. Yan. Ini tolong ya mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang di sini untuk mengajak itu dengan berbagai cara. Saya minta, kenapa kok masalah BEM ini berlarut-larut? Karena kami sudah konsultasi bahwa kegiatan mahasiswa adalah harus mahasiswa sendiri yang tangani, bukan kita. Tetapi kemarin saya dapat arahan dari Dr. Yan, kalau nggak selesai kita akan panggil ya Dr. Yan. Saya sudah bilang kemarin, saya sudah kontak kepada Rasya dan teman-temannya bahwa ini nggak mungkin kalian bikin kegiatan tanpa organisasi. Jadi ini tadi keinginan dari pimpinan dengan itu BEM itu harus segera terbentuk ketua. Ini kan kali ini mahasiswa pilihan, tolong dibantu ya teman-temannya. Karena banyak sekali kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan melibatkan BEM, ya, antara lain kegiatan studi STM ke luar negeri dan sebagainya. Tapi pemasaran itu saya terima kasih ke Dr. Darwin yang sudah mewakili saya untuk kegiatan ini, juga mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang luar biasa ini, bagi seragam kita yang cantik. Terima kasih ini ketua panitia dari mahasiswa ya, juga MC. Mudah-mudahan semua berjalan dengan lancar. Pada hari ini akan selesai kira-kira jam 2 ya. Mungkin demikian saja. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Ali atas sambutannya. Kemudian akan ada sambutan dari Dr. Gigi Darwin Yunaidi sebagai Ketua Panitia Acara. Kepada Dr. Darwin dipersilakan.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Wakil Dekan 1 FKG UI, Dr. Gigi Puspitawati PDO, Manajer Kemahasiswaan FKG UI, Prof. Ali, kemudian para juri, Prof. Dr. Erik dan Dr. Melisa, yang saya banggakan para finalis MAPRES FKG UI dan juga hadirin sekalian. Acara MAPRES FKG UI ini merupakan acara yang diadakan setiap tahun untuk memfasilitasi mahasiswa dalam bersaing secara akademik maupun non-akademik. Dan tahun ini sesuai dari arahan Kemendikbud, kita mengusung tema Sustainable Development Goals dan juga Revolusi Industri 4.0. Jadi kita harapkan mahasiswa finalis MAPRES FKG UI ini juga dapat bersaing menemukan solusi dari tema yang kita usung. Nah, kemudian saya juga di hari ini saya ingin berbangga karena terlepas dari waktu yang sangat singkat persiapan untuk MAPRES FKG UI, yaitu kurang dari 1 bulan. Hari ini kita juga dapat mendapatkan 3 nama finalis, ada 3A di sini, trio A. Semoga apapun hasilnya nanti, saya percaya MAPRES FKG UI ini merupakan yang the best dari yang terbaik dari yang terbaik. Nah, saya juga harap siapapun yang akan mewakili FKG nanti juga seperti yang Dr. Ya sampaikan tadi, dapat mewakili dengan baik di tingkat UI ataupun lebih baik lagi dapat bersaing di tingkat nasional. Karena dari FKG tentunya juga sudah sangat rindu ada perwakilan dari FKG yang dapat bersaing di tingkat nasional. Mungkin itu saja yang dapat saya sampaikan. Semangat untuk para finalis, semoga dapat memberikan yang terbaik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Dr. Darwin atas sambutannya. Sebelum melanjutkan ke rangkaian acara selanjutnya, izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan para juri yang akan menilai para finalis mahasiswa berprestasi pada grand final hari ini. Juri pertama adalah Profesor Dr. Gigi Yuliardini. Juri kedua adalah Dr. Gigi Erik Idrus PhD, dan juri ketiga adalah Dr. Gigi Melisa Adiatman PhD.
Selanjutnya, izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan para finalis mahasiswa berprestasi dari FKG UI Angkatan 2020. Yang pertama ada Kak Ataya Putri Indrani, kemudian ada Kak Aisyah Zahra Bangensyah, dan ada Kak Aziza Asri Mufiha. Selanjutnya, saya akan membacakan rundown kegiatan pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI 2023 pada hari ini. Acara akan dibuka dengan pembacaan rundown dan urutan feedback, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan pemutaran video presentasi dan pemberian feedback untuk masing-masing peserta.
Kemudian acara akan dilanjutkan English Speech 1 dan juga English Speech 2, lalu dilanjuti dengan break dan diskusi juri, dan ditutup dengan pengumuman pemenang dan penutupan. Selama acara berlangsung, diharapkan kepada para hadirin untuk tetap menjaga ketenangan dan mengubah setelan perangkat menjadi mode silent. Selain itu, seluruh keputusan juri pada pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi bersifat mutlak.
Sesi selanjutnya adalah sesi pemutaran video presentasi dan feedback yang sebelumnya telah dipersiapkan oleh para finalis mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI 2023.
Setelah itu, akan dilanjutkan dengan feedback terkait dengan video, poster, dan juga gagasan karya tulis ilmiah yang telah dibuat oleh para finalis oleh para juri. Namun, sebelum itu, saya akan membacakan mekanisme pemberian feedback. Sesi feedback diawali dengan pemutaran video presentasi masing-masing finalis MAPRES. Setiap finalis MAPRES FKG UI 2023 akan diberikan feedback oleh juri terkait video, poster, dan juga gagasan karya ilmiah yang telah diserahkan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Urutan feedback finalis oleh juri sudah ditentukan dengan cara pengundian yang dilakukan sebelum hari H Grand Final oleh panitia dengan hasil sebagai berikut. Urutan pertama adalah Kak Azizah Ashri Muflihah. Urutan kedua adalah Kak Aisyah Azahra Bamansyah. Dan urutan terakhir adalah Kak Ataya Putri Indrani. Setiap juri akan memberikan feedback selama 5 menit untuk setiap finalis, dan total durasi feedback untuk setiap finalis adalah selama 15 menit. Seluruh feedback dan penilaian oleh juri adalah mutlak dan tidak dapat diganggu-gugat.
Baik, pemutaran video presentasi dimulai dari urutan pertama yaitu Kak Azizah Ashri Muflihah. Kepada panitia dipersilakan.
What is the first words that pop up in your mind when I say health sectors? I will give you 5 seconds to answer this question. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Now tell me the answer. Is it impactful or maybe beneficial? Or other answers? Whatever it is, you are correct. Because most of us might always think that health sectors or health services is one of the most important aspects of our life because it is the fact. But actually, behind all of those benefits, it turns out that there is another impact that we didn't realize, including from oral health services. Yes, it's the impact for our environment. Dental practice can produce around 322.96 kilograms of medical waste each month. This is includes infectious waste, sharp, and also pharmaceutical waste. Here is some example of medical waste that produced by oral health services. There are remaining solutions from treatments such as irrigations, sterilizations, medicaments, respiratory materials, remaining tissues after treatment, infection materials, and also disposable plastic films. Also, don't forget about the waste from supporting treatment such as solutions from conventional radiogram like the developer and also fixer which can have negative effect for the environment if we cannot manage it well. In addition, dental practice requires high use of energy. Most of us maybe already know that this practice requires a lot of hygiene. But it is still shocking that knowing the fact dental clinics consume about 57,000 of gallons of water each year, or it is equals to 259,000 liters of water. Not only that, but also electricity or energy used for the buildings. It contributes to 15% of the carbon footprint produced by the economy. Nowadays, carbon dioxide and methane are gases that contribute the most to increasing the concentration of greenhouse gases by 3 times compared to their absorption back into the atmosphere. This causes the sun's heat to be trapped in the Earth's atmosphere due to the large amount of greenhouse gases, which is commonly known as radiation. population at the TPA can produce percentages. If this increase continues and we keep doing nothing, it will contribute to climate change and global warming. In fact, climate change is probably causing more than 150,000 deaths globally per year. Doesn't it sound like a paradox to realize that healthcare that we always say supports human life actually contributes to climate change with the consequence of increasing mortality and decreasing quality of life through unsustainable practices? In addressing this issue, the Eco-Dentistry Association or EDA has developed an environmentally friendly model of dentistry. It is called green dentistry. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, there are still 24.3% of dentists who don't have much knowledge regarding green dentistry. Even if we already know the term, there are still many dentists who have problems applying this principle in their daily practice. According to research in Mumbai, the biggest reason for this phenomenon is the lack of awareness and knowledge of the dentists themselves. It shows that more than 90% of research participants expect to be given a class, seminar, or workshop about green dentistry so that they can apply it to their own practice and make Earth as a safer place to live in. So, here I am right now. I am Aziza from Faculty of Dentistry, University of Indonesia, batch 2020, want to propose idea to solve this problem in Indonesia. It is emergency, education, management, and training program for green dentistry equipment in Indonesia. This program has an intention to raise awareness of dentists in Indonesia to implement green dentistry principles in their own practices. To plan the program, I use SMART framework to make it clear. The first one, specifically, this program will consist of 3 sub-programs. One is education, which is to improve the dentist knowledge by giving classes both online or offline. The second one is management. It is to guide the participants to have better management skills of medical. And the last one is training. It is to improve skills and also promoting campaign about green dentistry principles such as emergency day or emergency hour. All these sub-programs will be held by according to the curriculum that already planned by the team. To make it feasible, I set a target for this program that divided into 2. It is for the output and it is for the outcome of emergency program. Next, this program is also acceptable because according to World Health Organization, education and training are the basic and important needs to have or to reach a good waste management. This program is also realistic to implement because we are going to promote a collaboration with PTD. PTD have a commission named P3 KGB. That is a commission that focuses on improving dentist skills and also knowledge. Emergency program is relevant to the purpose of that commission so that we can have a collaboration to help the program in environmental health aspect. Last, this is also a time-bound project with 4 stages, which are preparation for months, main program 2 months, evaluations 1 month, and the last one is for expansion to all area in Indonesia for 12 months or 1 year. Another purpose of the program is to have a behavioral change of the participant using the theory of trans-theoretical model. I really hope that emergency will help all the dentists to plan a change in behavior and to adapt a new method to their daily practice. By promoting emergency to all Indonesia, dentists can contribute to achieve some of sustainable development goals at least in the field of dentistry. I think that's all about my ideas. After hearing about emergency, I hope you are more understand that the environmental condition of death is on emergency too. So let's take it together because we are on earth to take care of life. We are on earth to take care of each other. That's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, sekarang dipersilakan kepada para juri untuk memberikan feedback kepada Kak Azizah Ashimufliha selama 15 menit ke depan. Untuk Kak Azizah, dipersilakan untuk maju ke mimbar.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam, selamat pagi. Good morning everyone. Congratulations Azizah. Thank you so much for sharing your video about your creative emergency, okay, related to green dentistry. Right, this is guess we have to take turns to give you some question, maybe feedback for your idea. My question is actually, you said that emergency consists of education, management, training program for dentistry efficiency. Can you give me some explanation maybe about what actually the activities that you're going to do in each of the program, in each of the like program that you are planning for emergency? Yeah. For example, in education, in management, and then in the training. Okay, can you give me some brief explanation? Thank you, Aziza.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ita, for the questions. I will answer that question to explain more about this sub-program of my big program in the emergency one. As I said in the video, I have 3 sub-program, Prof, in this emergency program. The first one is education. The education, as I mentioned before, it is aimed to increasing the knowledge of the dentist in the participants of the program. So the activity will be like, we will have classes both online and offline, and already set a curriculum that is already mentioned in my materi 2 about what is the materials that will be given through the classes. And some of the classes is combined with the third sub-program, which is training. So after the dentist get the materials, for example, the dentist get the materials about the importance of green dentistry and why we need to implement green dentistry in our daily practices. After that, they will given a training about how to manage medical waste in their own clinic, like that. It is for the first sub-program, and for the second sub-program is the management. The management sub-program basically just want to give helps to all the dentists, all the participants to have a better management of their medical waste, Prof. Because as what I found in the journals or in the news, most of the dentists struggles because they don't know how to, or they don't realize that they are wrong in managing their medical waste. So this program aims to help them by connecting them to the third party to have better management skills. And the last one is training. That's like I mentioned, it's related with the education sub-program, which will help in the skills, improving the skills, not only the knowledge. And it will also have a kind of campaign, Prof, in the training programs. So I mentioned in the video, there is emergency hour or emergency day. It is a campaign to ask the dentist to do that in their daily practices so that it can be more implementable in the daily practices. I think that's all, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aziza. I still have time actually, so I will ask you more about the sub-program that you mentioned before about the management of the medical waste from the dental practice. And from your experience or knowledge, do you know how actually now the medical waste is actually regulated in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Prof. As I have researched when I'm in the process of making the paper, I find out that there is two related regulations that is related with this condition. The first one is the Permenkes number 18 in 2020. It is about the medical waste management, that is areas based. So it is already regulated that each area, for example, each provinces can have their own regulations about this. And the second one is from the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. There is also permanent LHK number 56 for 2015. It is about the procedures and technical requirements for management of hazardous and toxic waste from health service facilities. So it can be the standard for this second program. I will say, is it success or not? Depends on the standard based on the regulations. Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. So, congratulations, Aziza. And I really like the amount of enthusiasm that you show in the video and also how calm you are right now. But I would like to maybe I'd like your comment on two important aspects that you showed there, the water waste and also the electricity, which are very indispensable for the dentist to work with. So I think it's one of the major components that we use in our daily practice. So how did you manage all those elements that can be more environmental friendly?
Thank you so much, Dr. Eric, for the question. Actually, when I know the fact while doing the research, also I a little bit shocked about the numbers. But after read about some journals and articles, I find out that there is actually some solutions that we can apply through these problems. For example, maybe it is hard for the water, but for the electricity, actually we can set a solution by making a green building itself. For example, the electricity that is used for the dentistry program is for the lamp and the air conditioners and the others. And there is journals show that the fact is a small clinic in the outer area with no air conditioner or maybe a lot of windows, and they turn off the lights on the afternoon, or maybe with a lot of windows so that the sun can enter the room, so that they don't have to turn on the lights full day. It will help to press the number of the electricity used, like that, doctor. So maybe for reducing the electricity is for that.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, because what you mentioned here about the waste, it covers various kind of waste, right? And we are we used to work with so many disposable materials. So what kind of waste, or what is the major waste you think is the priority, and what programs you can manage to tackle those specific items, issues in this waste problem?
Thank you so much, Doc. Actually, while reading about all things, I a little bit confused because all those materials is the main materials that we can use for everyday practices, and maybe there is no materials that can replace it for now, and it's still our research to looking for the better one for the environmental friendly. But maybe for the focus that we can already use in this program is for the conventional radiograph, doc, for the developer and fixer. Maybe the green dentistry itself, it is focusing on reducing the amount of the waste, and it is focused on the change to high technology. Conventional radiograph right now is still used in some university or some hospitals, for example in our hospitals too in Palembang, but it is for some reasons, right? But in the other clinics who has no important reasons to use conventional radiograph, they can switch into digital radiograph because it is the visible one, the most visible one, because it is implementative in this section. Yeah. So when they switch from the conventional into the digital one, they won't use developer anymore, they won't use fixer anymore, and they will reduce the number of the amount of the waste. Although not all materials, at least we try one by one. So it is one of the focus of this program.
Okay, thank you so much. Well passed.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Eric.
Hello Aziza, how are you?
Hello, Doc. I'm okay.
I'm good. Feeling intense? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I would like to appreciate that you choose this theme because green dentistry right now is one of the topics that WHO is looking at. So if you see that when you read the literature, maybe you found that WHO right now is concentrating on reducing the use of amalgam in dental practice. So you can use that as the foundation of your problem or of your background. That one of the reasons that we have to implement this green dentistry is because we have to reduce a lot of waste. And first of my question is, in your problem identification, in your paper, you mentioned that you will ask what kind of waste and the type of waste that is being resulted by the dental practice, right? But how about the characteristic of the dentists themselves? The age, the working experience, and then whether their current knowledge and attitude towards green dentistry, and whether in their dental practice they already implemented or not implementing the green dentistry. Do you also ask about this?
What the characteristic of yes. Actually, I just take a look at this topic a little bit when I read about the theory, about the task theoretical model. I read a little bit about the why the dentists haven't implemented so far, but I don't do research that far until about the characteristic.
Okay, so my feedback is perhaps if you do this kind of project, so it's better to know the situation first. So you have to know how many percent of Indonesian dentists already implement green dentistry in their practice. So if you know that it is only like 10 to 15%, then this education program will be very, very useful for dentists in Indonesia. So analysis of the situation is very important before we decide what kind of program that we're going to use.
Excuse me, Doctor. Maybe all I have is about the data that dentists in Indonesia still don't know about the green dentistry. What is green dentistry really mean? That what I mean in the video, there is 24.3% dentists of Indonesia that don't have a prior knowledge maybe about the green dentistry, like that.
Yes, very good. So use that kind of data as the foundation of our argument in our writing. Okay. And then second one, in your program, you mentioned a lot about education and then training program for dentists. How about the regulation and the written guideline that dentists should have before or read before they open their dental practice? Is it essential?
Thank you so much, Doc, for the questions. Of course, the regulations is the most important things in this, in facing this problem too, because I've ever read that although we already give out educations and the other things, but the main force is work. It's actually the regulation itself. But when I make this paper, I think I will give more focus on what we can control. I mean, for the regulation, it is really hard. Maybe in the process of the making, we will also have a collaboration, have a proposal to the Ministry of Health, to the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry to take action in upgrading the regulations. But what we can do is in the education sectors.
Yes, you are correct. We need a lot of stakeholders to be on board so that we we can revise our regulation. My input will be, it is better also beside the training, prepare a guideline book. So whether if the training is finished, they can always look back to the guideline book on how to do it step by step.
Actually, there is a guidebook, Doctor. One of the class facilities is the guidebook.
Okay. So final one, can you summarize the topic that of this Evergreen C, your title? Can you summarize it? Why is it important to do this in the field of dentistry in very simple sentence?
Okay. What I can say here, because I've already mentioned about how many medical waste that is produced by the dentistry sectors, and it is really emergency conditions out there. But by doing and expanding the emergency program, it can be one of the solutions to solve this problem in Indonesia. I think that's all, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aziza.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Kak Aziza dan terima kasih untuk para juri yang telah memberikan feedback pada finalis urutan pertama, yaitu Kak Aziza Ashrin Zima. Selanjutnya akan ada pemutaran video finalis urutan kedua, yaitu Kak Aisyah Azhar Barnumsyah. Kepada panitia dipersilakan.
Greetings, ladies and audiences. I'm Aisha Zahra, and I'm from Faculty of Dentistry, Batch 2020, and currently I'm electing myself as a candidate of the most outstanding student of Faculty of Dentistry in the University of Indonesia in 2023. Please let me present my solution called Respiro, a recommendation of policy in broadcasting and media, also giving anti-smoking ads in advertising video on demand as a means to reduce the number of smokers in Indonesia. According to WHO, 600,000 people in Indonesia annually die from premature death out of non-communicable disease, which is one of the causes from smoking. As smoking can cause several systemic diseases such as stroke and cancer, it can also lead to other diseases in oral health such as gingivitis, oral cancer, and even caries. So now comes the question, how much economical burden does the government have to face due to this problem? It is said that the economical burden that BPJS has to handle was 25% in 2019 due to the cases of diseases related to smoking. And this made Government Nasional to have a deficit of 60 to 90% in the same year. The burden is quite big, right? So it's very urgent to solve this issue. Therefore, I created a solution that were based off from 4 concepts of theory and conditions that we're facing right now. The first one is 2 pillars from Declaration of Shanghai, stated there that healthcare program should involve first, government involvement, second, health literacy from its own people. And one is from Global Oral Health Status Report from 2022. In that recommendation, 4 things should be considered when making a program. Firstly, it's political involvement. Second, policy making. Third, resource allocation. And fourth, involvement of the relevant stakeholders. The third one is from SDG 3.4. It stated that it wants to reach a decrease of 1/3 of premature death globally due to non-communicable disease. And lastly, Industrial Revolution 4.0. Of course, because currently we want to create a program, we have to understand that technology and internet plays a big role in society. Therefore, I present you Respiro. Respiro is a program that targets a reduction of number of smokers in Indonesia by giving anti-smoking advertisement on AWOD. So what is AWOD? AWOD is advertising video on demand, where the streaming platform is free, but there will be an advertisement there. Wait. Why should we use this media instead of television, the media that we usually use? First, we have to look at the data that there has been an increase of 160% of usage in the digital media from 2011 to 2021 in Indonesia. However, the usage of television or other conventional media has been decreased to 24% and only being mainly used by people aged 50 years above, which is only 32% of the total age group of smokers in Indonesia. This means that if a program would want to be as efficient as possible, we should alter the mechanism to a digital platform. And why AVOD? It is because 95% of Indonesians are willing to watch an ad from AVOD in exchange of free online video platform. So what will this program look like? Imagine when you open YouTube, for instance, and there is an ad, we will push an ad on that advertisement session, and it would look like this. It will be 30 seconds long. In our pilot study later on, we will display this ad twice every 12 weeks. Also, the advertisement cannot be skipped. This specific mechanism is used because two related studies regarding anti-smoking ads use the same method. And it has been shown that the method is sufficient enough to create a behavioral change of smoker and to increase the knowledge of them regarding the effects of smoking. The video will consist of two themes. The first one is the horrible depictions of the effect of smoking. The second one is positive and motivational video to support someone to quit smoking. These two themes of content that will be published are based on the theory of behavioral change of smoking, which is called protection motivation theory. It has been shown that a person can quit smoking due to two things. The first one is because they know the effects of smoking, and the second one is because they know that they are sufficient enough to get out of that smoking habit. And with these mechanisms, I can ensure that the program is constructed based on evidence-based data and theory to support the solution to be able to gain many benefits. So now, let's observe the objectivity of the program itself through the concept of SMART. S is specific. Looking at the compatibility of social demographic status between smokers in Indonesia and the amount of users of AWOT in Indonesia, we would target this program for Indonesians nationally, but mostly they are male between the age of 16 to 34 and are within the middle or upper class. And the AWOT platforms that will be responsible to publish these ads are: the ad itself will be created by Kemenkes and will be monitored by KPI. And then M, measurable. It is to reduce the amount of smoker in Indonesia and also to increase the amount of knowledge of smoking effects. To make the target much more quantifiable, I ensure to create a pilot study first in Jakarta in order to do that. A, acceptable. This program will be acceptable because this doesn't go contrary to the legal system in Indonesia. How so? Because currently KPI has not had the power to authorize AWOT platforms because it is still illegal digitally. However, this program would also want to advocate the government to legalize the RUU Penyiaran in order to allow KPI to also have the regulation to authorize illegal digital, such as AWOT. R, realistic. The mechanisms and the theory behind this program have been ensured to be similar with those programs that have been successful in the past, such as the program from CDC and an anti-smoking ad on YouTube that has been published and studied in Jakarta. In the case of CDC, it has been reduced the amount of smoker to 400,000 in 2012 and 2014, and the second journal has successfully increased 51% of knowledge regarding the effects of smoking towards the subject of study. Due to this, we can assure that the program itself is backed with scientific data and can be realistic to be implemented and to be beneficial to the nation. The last one is time-bound. The time of this program will be implemented from 2023 to 2029. The fourth process of this program, the first one is the process of advocating the policies. It is to ensure that the government knows which type of policy that we're advocating to be legalized, and we will gather the relevant stakeholders to help us in stating this to the government. The second one is pilot study, because there hasn't been any research beforehand specifically made in the mechanism of advertising in AWOT. We want to make sure that the program can be targeted quantifiably, so we want to ensure that there is a pilot study beforehand implemented. Third one is preparation of the program. Kemenkes will be creating ads for this program, and KPI will start to monitor AWOT. The next part is program implementation. that will implement the whole development program for 12 months. Then the last part is process of evaluation, which will evaluate the effectiveness or the flaws of the program. The whole target, which are the reduction of smokers and the increase of knowledge of the effects of smoking, will be evaluated at the end of the governmental period in 2029. By assessing the SMART concept, we can ensure that this program is realistic and achievable to be implemented. To conclude this program, let's do it through the framework of Sahabat. S, situasi or situation, there are needs to reduce the amount of smokers in Indonesia and to increase the amount of knowledge of Indonesians around the effects of smoking. This is urgent enough to be done because there are lots of economical burden from the government to handle the systemic disease and also oral health disease that are caused from smoking, such as uveitis, oral cancer, and caries. Another S is sasaran or target, increase the number of smokers and to increase the knowledge of the effects of smoking. H is for hambatan or obstacle. There is a need to legalize a certain policy and the human capital resources are limited. Next one is D, bantuan or support, which is to ensure that the government and relevant stakeholders are able to help us in legalizing certain policies or implementing certain recommendations that should be implemented throughout the program. The last thing is tindakan or action, which is first to legalize provision of penyiaran. Secondly, to recommend AWA to certify themselves as penyelenggara sistem elektronik and bentuk usaha tetap that they can submit to Indonesia's policy. Lastly, to present an anti-smoking campaign and an ad in AWA. This and audiences, I believe that this solution will help a lot in the health sector and even in the dentistry sector. Please do support me for the betterment of the condition of health and in the economy of Indonesia.
Baik, sekarang dipersilakan untuk para juri memberikan feedback kepada Kak Aisyah Azhara Indonesia selama 15 menit ke depan. Untuk Kak Aisyah dipersilakan untuk mengajak member. Terima kasih.
Congratulations, Aisyah Azhara. Since right now watching Gita anti-smoking campaign, it's very informative. Yeah. But I think there are so many elements, layers of these creative ideas that maybe this is also like my constructive, hopefully it's constructive comments here, because smoking, of course, it has to be maybe 60 or 70 years ago. People have known the very, very bad effect of it. Yeah, and so many also regulations have been issued based on what the clinical, like the medical problems that have been rising in the past maybe five decades. So what I'm doing when I'm reading your essays, I want it to be more specific in the dentistry. Yeah. So I think if you are chosen maybe or lucky enough to represent our faculty, I really hope that you can revise in emphasizing the effect of smoking and oral related to oral health. Yeah. So what I'm going to ask is, based on your own very personal observations on the advertisements that is maybe circulating in the I'm not really sure about the platform, for example in YouTube, yeah. So how do you think is the advertising video on demand can tackle the issue, yeah, in terms of the target wise. So who is the target of it, and what the concept of the advertisements is going to be very effective to the target to the target that you are aiming to. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you please explain?
So thank you so much, Dr. Eric, for the question. Please let me answer it. So I guess I have identified two questions. Firstly, how do you think AVOD can help to solve this issue? I guess we have to analyze the social demographic status of smokers in Indonesia. And I've analyzed from several researches that mostly those people are male, 16 to 34 years old, and most of them have different varieties of socioeconomic status, such as upper, middle, and to lower class. However, in the case of current programs that currently government is trying to make in order to face the issue of smoking, they have created a censorship in smoking scenes in television. However, seeing the amount of smokers in Indonesia are mostly within the age of 16 to 34, and they are influenced within the Industrial Revolution, where they usually use social media and technology more. So within the data itself, 24% of people who use television has been increased, and 460% of people right now use social media and technologies. So I guess in order to reach the target audience of smokers, we have to switch the platform to digital media. So I guess that is how we can tackle this issue through AVOD. But moreover, the research studies that have been created in Indonesia right now is more of to be created within the mechanism of creating the advertisement only to be posted as a video on YouTube. However, seeing that our incentive currently to watch an ad from government, incentive for ourselves independently, is going to be hard to create an incentive for people to just click on it first and watch it. So in order to make people to want to watch the advertisement from government instantly, I think it's better to just publish it on the ads from AVOD directly, because they can't skip it. And also 95% of Indonesians currently, they want to watch AVOD advertisement in exchange of free online streaming platforms. So because of those benefits and characteristics, I believe that AVOD can tackle this problem, because it is suitable with the needs and interests of the smokers of Indonesia. Secondly, the question was about concept. The concept of AVOD is basically we would create an ad like MAPRES. I use protection motivation theory, which says that a person can change their behavior from smoking through two types of contents in anti-smoking advertisement. The first one is those that depicts the effects of smoking, such as a person who has a respiratory issue and they talk how smoking affects their health, and it will also involve motivational video, such as you can stop smoking and such. And these two types of video, from the theory of protection motivation theory, it has been stated that it can reduce the amount of smoker and increase the knowledge of smoking habits, the knowledge of smoking effects towards smokers. So I think that is the concept of theory that I use as the basis of this research.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate the idea that you presented today, and the paper is well written and also backed up with some evidence. So my first question is how to make people interested to see these AVOD videos, because you see, if we ask a certain age group to watch Korean drama, for example, in View or in other applications, it's very easy because they are really into it. They are really interested. But how to get people to choose or to use another platform like AVOD, not YouTube or general platform, other general platform, but they watch an educational video. So sometimes it's not easy. It is said by a very famous podcast, so he said why he did not make any educational content sometimes in his podcast, because he said nobody wants to watch it. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Miller, for the question. So please let me answer it. I guess to ensure that Gen Z or even millennials want to watch these ads, we have to understand what they are interested in. And in the articles that I've read beforehand, it is stated that people from those age groups usually like something that they can relate to, really emotional, or something that they can relate towards their daily activity. What I mean by this is correlated with the fact that right now TikTok is increasing in usage because people think that even such a simple video without less editing, people like it more because it is much more relatable than those videos on YouTube that is heavily edited and they can't relate. And also another thing about so therefore I guess in this issue we can involve people who understand content creating on how to make sure that people on how to make sure that people can be engaged. And I guess such as celebrities, TikTokers, content creators, they understand how to make videos that engage people the most, and we can use them and collaborate with them in regards to making video contents.
So please, if you do this project, write it down. You want that illustrated so people will understand how we can get some interest for our audience to use this AVOD platform. And then, because this is some kind of a tobacco cessation program, in dentistry, we have certain techniques called 5A and 5R. Later on during your study, you will know about this. So when we talk to our patient, we ask whether and we assess their readiness to quit smoking. So I think in your program, maybe put some characteristic of your own profession as a dentist. It will be good to put some this kind of technique of tobacco cessation into your materials. And then one more question regarding engagement and evaluation. You mentioned some indicators that you will use in your evaluation, but sometimes in smokers, it's very easy for them to fall back. So they stop and then they meet their friends and they go back to their old habit. And in our tobacco cessation theory, usually we provide them with some support group or some kind of follow-up program after they watch the video. Do you already think about this?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit?
So let me explain two things in regards to preventing people from going back to smoking. The first one is I've read from several studies that if we give many frequent exposure of anti-smoking ads, the amount of them going back, the possibility of them going back to the previous habit is lower. So I guess how to mitigate this thing is to increase more frequency towards those people. And then the second one is I really appreciate the feedback from Dr. Miller regarding the follow-up program regarding anti-smoking cessation, and it will be added as a description in the video. So if you need more help, then please go to this site or go to this hotline. So I guess that's the measure.
Yes, because I think recently we have a lot of quit smoking clinic or some kind of support group and consultation, so you can have as your referral for your audience. Thank you, Aksha.
Thank you. This is my chance to give you some question and feedback. Aisha, thank you so much. Congratulations on the presentation of SPO. My first question is, how do you show that the number of the smokers in Indonesia will be impacted from your program as well is actually not the one who quit smoking, but the one who are actually not going to smoke. Okay, that's number one. And then question number two is, are you familiar with the program of tobacco cessation related to the tobacco cessation? What program do you know about tobacco cessation? And then how do you relate that into your idea, your interest field? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So let me answer my first question. So the first question was about how to ensure that we reach the specific target audience, because most of these users, we do not know if they're a smoker or not. So how to mitigate this is through ensuring that the AVOD platforms target the advertisement within the range of age and within the social demographic status that we have proposed to them. So currently, if we want to create an ad and pay the advertiser, let's say if we want to create an ad towards YouTube, we can pay them first and we can set the reach and then the age demography of those people that we want to target. So from there on, there can be a specific person that can be reached throughout the ad or advertisement. So because we can target the specific audience through the technology of the AVOD platform, I guess we can reach the target audience at the end of the day. The second one is what kind of support and tobacco cessation program do I know and how I correlate my program with it. So I have known a support group that Dr. Melanie has stated before, which is a support group that usually the government makes, and also a helpline if someone wants to have an informative explanation regarding how to stop smoking towards MAPRES or towards the government. However, how I correlate with this is sometimes people think that this is too far away, from their own incentive. Sometimes people just want to know the basic of information and not to suddenly go to the support group. So this creates less barrier for people to get information regarding how to stop smoking. So I guess that's it.
Thank you. Actually, I haven't given you my suggestion. Yeah. Actually, my suggestion is you can relate that into the cessation program, because there is 5A and 5R. And so actually, SPO is where between that program. So because quit smoking is a very complex thing. Many factors that influence a person to quit smoking, even though they know that in the cigarette package is actually already in there. The danger of smoking is actually in the package of the cigarette. And also, you have to be more specific into what kind of smoking type. Is it the cigarette smoking? Is it the e-cigarette smoking? Because there will be two different, big different. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, Aisha.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Kak Aisyah dan para juri yang telah memberikan feedback kepada finalis urutan kedua, yaitu Kak Aisyah Zahra Danusyah.
Selanjutnya akan dilanjutkan dengan pemutaran video finalis urutan ketiga, yaitu Kak Ataya Putri Indrani. Kepada panitia dipersilakan.
Hello, Indonesia. I'm Ataya Putri Indrani, a third-year dentistry student of Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Indonesia. Dentistry analytical and two things required in suffering as there's almost always a correlation between them. Books, journals, and also have the guidance from the supervisor to structure this idea. Hopefully, we can bring good changes to health in Indonesia. Losing the possession and living costs and the stigmas of oral and mental health in Indonesia. Do you know at the very young age of 15 years old, we can experience it too? Especially in some markets, diabetes mellitus with a very heavy control, namely HbA1c over 7%. This condition is called diabetes. The prevalence of diabetes mellitus in Indonesia is in the Census 2018 report the Kenyan SME shows an increase in the prevalence of 8.1% or around 5.4 million Indonesians diagnosed with diabetes mellitus. And 83% of diabetes patients in Indonesia have reported Kenyan cases. No wonder, as the sixth biggest complication of diabetes mellitus, periodontitis also has a high prevalence in Indonesia, which is 74.1% according to the Census Data 2019. Periodontitis is defined as an inflammatory disease of the small tissues of the teeth caused by sensitive microorganism resulting in positive construction of the periodontal and unavoidable with increased carbon dioxide recession of blood flow. At present, periodontitis as a manifestation of systemic disease is the diagnosis of disease when the systemic condition is the major predisposed to fracture and local fractures such as large quantities of plastic calculus are clearly evident or their presence alone doesn't justify the severity or progression of the disease. People with both diabetes and periodontitis have a greater likelihood of more severe medical complications that will affect eyes and kidneys, and even that than people with diabetes mellitus. If you look at the definition of diabetes mellitus like we explained before, diabetes mellitus is very closely related to the control of blood sugar level or glycemic control. The increased prevalence and severity of periodontitis is typically seen in patients with diabetes, especially those with poor metabolic control. So, diabetes mellitus patients must maintain their blood sugar levels to maintain the health of their periodontal patients. Because periodontitis and diabetes mellitus have a two-way relationship, on the other hand, it will also be considered to control blood sugar level for type 2 diabetes mellitus patients who routinely control their dental and oral health as well as the scaling of the brain. This is because inflammation due to periodontitis increases serum levels of protein-penetrating mediators such as interleukin-1 beta, TNF-alpha, and interleukin-6, thereby inducing insulin resistance that happen in diabetes mellitus patients. Therefore, periodical treatment can reduce inflammation and result in better metabolic control. However, according to the data, around 57.6% of Indonesian people who have dental and oral health problems, only 9.2% come to the dentist and receive treatment from medical personnel. Various efforts have been made, especially in health education. However, the prevalence of diabetes education, more than equal to 15 years old in DKI Jakarta, has still increased quite a lot from 2013 until 2018. Based on this study for 2018, the increase was 0.7% from 2.5% originally up to 3.4%. In fact, out of 33 provinces in Indonesia, only one province has a decrease in the prevalence of diabetes, which is 0.3% in the province of Eastern Papua. Seeing this condition, a new idea is needed to overcome this problem. If health education still has a less significant impact, we have to modify the behavior of the community. One of the behavior modifications that can be done is the rewards program.
Merah berwarna, menjaga kadar gula darah atau menjaga jaringan periodontal kita. Sedangkan peningkatan terhadap pasien diabetes mellitus untuk menjaga kesehatan jaringan periodontalnya can be the solution. How to achieve it? Of course, an approach in the form of US program can be a solution for managing diabetes mellitus and periodontitis as an intervention in dental and oral health, especially the health of periodontal tissues.
This program will reward patients with scaling, giving dental and oral health products from private companies and source, becoming advertising star, being a speaker at sharing event with diabetes community in Indonesia, and the first to people community in Canada, and B, not hyperhidrosis. And giving awards in the form of scaling and giving oral care products from sponsors for us. This program will be implemented by a smart scheme. 1. Specific. The criteria are in accordance with the guidelines in the new classification scheme for periodontal and periodontal disease cases and conditions, introduction and changes for the 1999 classification by Jack G. Taylor. 1. Incidental clinical attachment loss or CIL is detectable at more than equal to 2 non-adjunctive, or 2. Buccal or oral CIL more than equal to 3 mm with pocketing more than equal to 3 mm is detectable at more than equal to 2 if, but the offset CIL cannot be ascribed to non-periodontitis related causes such as 1. Devastation of traumatic origin, 2. Dental caries system in the cervical area of the tooth, 3. The presence of CIL on the distal aspect of the second molar and associated with composition or extraction of the third molar, 4. An endodontication draining through the marginal periodontium, and 5. The occurrence of vertical root fracture. Visually, the parameters of success for treatment of goods namely increasing awareness of diabetes mellitus patients to continue to control their blood sugar levels. 2. Increasing patients' awareness to maintain oral hygiene. 3. Increasing the motivation of diabetes mellitus patients to regularly visit the dentist and perform periodontal treatment. The expected result are the mechanism that can provide is a motivation to diabetes mellitus patients to maintain blood sugar levels, maintain oral hygiene, and return control their dental and oral health to the dentist, which will have a positive impact on the oral health of diabetic patients, especially the health of their periodontal tissues. And in the future, more people will understand about the relationship between dental and oral health with the systemic condition. 3. Accessible. The Mela Corona program is a US program that will benefit the community. This will certainly be accepted by the community because it is completely instrumental and free of charge. As well as the Mela Corona program is in line with the Government Press Number 71 in 2015 concerning the management of uncommunicable disease, which include protecting the public from the risk of NCDs and improving quality of life and reducing the social, cultural, and economic impacts due to NCDs on individuals, families, and community. 4. Real estate. The Mela Corona program is real estate because it will work with the range of government and all assistance so that it is included in the activities that we receive. Other additional example of America is it is included in the implementation of the community movement or the living in work areas of level public health activities and reports for early detection, prevention, and disease response. This program will also work with the private company and the diabetes community. The last is time bound. This program will last for 4 months. The consideration that the class HbA1c is measured in the last 2 to 3 months so that no people can participate. The important program is the initial government of the program because we will approval and legalization started by the Office of for Marijuana and program. Also, other stakeholders such as Indonesian Artists Organization, private oral and economic companies, private community also help us through money, products, and services. This program also has the visualization of idea that summarized in Sahara. Situations requiring treatment in this program are the prevalence of diabetes in the country is the highest in Indonesia. The prevalence of periodontitis according to the Census 2019 is 74.1%, which is very high. High prevalence of periodontitis in patients with diabetes mellitus. Program environment target are periodontitis education in patients with diabetes mellitus age 30 to 45 years old, and the right project in the age of parties. The first one is sasaran of parties. The first one is increasing the number of periodontal health and diabetes mellitus patients, reducing the number of patients with ill control, and
addressing the motivation of patients to check their teeth to the dentist. The second one is combat and behavior that are like of qualifications and the amount of funds. The next one is one of health. Bantuan operasional kesehatan oleh from the government, as provided in mental health companies, partners, and diabetes community. Assistance from programs organized by the Indonesian Diabetes Community and assistance of dentists from the Indonesian Dentist Organization. And the last one is the action that are providing rewards to the community to increase occupational health, environmental examination, and follow up when meeting diabetes management measures with environmental issue condition and control. That way, Merak can be a solution to the problem of the high prevalence of diabetes mellitus and periodontitis in Indonesia, because it gives a fresh new ideas from various efforts that have been previously made. If this program is successful and effective, the pilot project program Merak can be a basic movement to take preventive, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative measures for other non-communicable diseases at the national level. As students, we must apply the 3 Dharma perguruan tinggi, namely education and teaching, research and development, and community service. Therefore, let's work together in suppressing the number of diabetes mellitus and periodontitis in Indonesia and support Merak program.
Hello, Indonesia. Baik, sekarang dipersilakan kepada Kak Ataya Putri Indrani untuk maju ke mimbar dan kepada para juri dipersilakan untuk memberikan feedback selama 15 menit ke depan. Terima kasih.
Hello. Are you nervous? Okay. I really appreciate that you choose this topic because DM now is really a huge problem in Indonesia, and a lot of preventive programs concentrated on dental caries, and very few of them concentrate on pregnancies. My first question would be, what is the purpose that you choose reward program as your main activity in your activity, and how? I know that you select the patients using the HbA1c criteria to know their DNA. But who will decide this patient has periodontitis, this patient do not have periodontitis? So who decide which one get treatment and which one doesn't?
Thank you so much for the question. The first question is about the purpose of the reward program. As what I already mentioned in the video, the education rewards from us that already implemented is, I think, the significance is not really good. So we have some behavior modification. That one is the reward program, and also implemented by the program from abroad, the 2018. And also I've read about the reward program also from the Singapore. It's about to prevent dementia. For the geriatrics, and the significance is really good. The reward program is about giving a treatment like manicure, and then haircut for the geriatry, and I think the participation is really good. So I think the modification behavior type reward program is one of the solution and a new fresh idea for us. And for the second question, who decide? I think I want to have some relation with PDGI. I also want which is the dentist in PDGI that will involve in this program that will decide guess that this person is periodontitis or not. Also, I've already mentioned the new classification. It's to decide with whether this case is periodontitis or not. Is based on the CIL clinical touch class. I think that's all. Thank you.
My input will be when you ask the dentist to do this kind of work, then they should get some benefit also, right? Do they get credit for doing a community work, or do they get some financial compensation? We have to think about this because we ask people to work for our program, and it cannot be only the dentists that work in the public health centers because they have other responsibility within the public health centers. Okay. And the next question is, you said that you want to collaborate with the non-communicable disease department in your paper. I read that ETM. So we want to have some collaboration with them in your program. So in this case, your program is staying at the end because the person already have an DM and perhaps may not or may have periodontal disease. If you want to work with the non-communicable disease, you have to talk about risk factors. So not only curing or treating people who already have DM, but you have to see what is the risk factors for people to have DM. Is it their sugar consumption, their unhealthy diet, their lack of exercise? So it's important to incorporate these risk factors within your program. So you work within the whole cycle, not only giving reward at the end. People already have DM and they need some oral health treatment. If you want to collaborate with the non-communicable disease department, you should have some thoughts or some intervention regarding the risk factors of the disease. Okay, that's one of my input. And one more, the theory that you use is for the reward. It's what kind of behavioral change theory? The behavior change theory that you use.
It's a reward type.
Reward type? Yes. So you might look into the social cognitive theory. In social cognitive theory, we have to focus on role modeling. So you choose, like, if you want to get people to get vaccinated, and then President Jokowi will be the first one to get vaccinated. Then you can influence people. And then the second focus will be positive reinforcement. So what you do here is positive reinforcement. So you give people reward if they're doing good job in preserving their oral hygiene. So you can cite this social cognitive theory in your textbook. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, congratulations, Arya, for the presentation and the area about the project is related to patient with diabetes mellitus. Okay, as you know, the diabetes mellitus is a chronic disease. So the person who has diabetes mellitus will have like up and down motion, and sometimes they can have a good control of the disease sometimes. And my question would be, how do you decide on the patient? Is the patient included in your program here? Do you consider the time of diagnosis of the patient related to your program? That's the question number one. And then the second question is, the program that you plan here is dedicated for people with which type of diabetes? Is it type 1 or type 2 or why, and why it is only type 1 or type 2? Okay, that's my question first.
For the first question, is about the time of the diagnosis. I'm not concerned about that because I already give some pilot project for the people with 30 until 45 years old. As I get from my research that that person with that kind of age is have a higher prevalence than the younger in this is 2018. And I only consider about the age and the CAL or the clinical attachment loss. And for the second one is the type 2 or type 1. I choose both type because from the journal I've read from my supervisor, Dr. Fatima, she said that type 1 and type 2 has prevalence to diabetes mellitus. Although maybe the type 1 is the common one, but type 2 the common one, but the type 1 is also have the prevalence and has a complication to more severe diabetes mellitus when they have periodontitis. That's all.
Okay, so yeah, I think there's things that you have to consider in your program because maybe once you read the literature a little bit more, you will find that people with the diagnosis of the diabetes mellitus who has just been diagnosed maybe will have be included in your program. However, the person who has been diagnosed for a long time maybe will make a difference from the result of the HbA1c. So my other input is maybe related to the program itself. So actually, when I read the Google form, you actually invite the patient directly. Is it you invite the patient directly to be involved in the program?
No, I published it by the social media.
Yeah, so directly to the people. It's not
for the people who already diagnosed as DM.
Yeah, and I mean to the society directly. In the inclusion criteria, you mentioned that the person doesn't have periodontitis and something like that. So yeah, my suggestion would be you have to consider how does people know that he or she doesn't have periodontitis at the time she read your advertisement in the social media. So you can just maybe for me, I think I don't have periodontitis. I have the diabetes mellitus, but I don't think I don't have periodontitis. I can just register to your program. So you have to consider all these things. Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Bye.
So first of all, this is a very interesting why also seems like you already aware about all these projects many years before because it's very specific. But due to maybe some of the involvement of institutions like government, needs to be more. You have to put all this thing in detail. Yeah, how you're going to involve all those institutions, and also this is although you don't really mention about the time of the dimensions that it is years, it seems like you mostly talk about the time too, and I kind of agree, and it seems like it's much better if you focus on that time too, because maybe it's can also relate to lifestyle for the younger people who have this tendency to have this diabetes mellitus type 2 in the future. So I think that's my hope for you, because it can be very good if you have the first, right? Because maybe most of them don't know how the DM or the periodontitis can affect into each other yet. And so I think they need to be exposed by that. So do you have any concept of this educational program?
As I already discussed with Dr. Fatima, this is kind of a pilot project. For the education is only given when the program and when the patient come to the business. And for the educational program, I've planned that after this program implemented, I will extend this program with the educational program, because I think if I include also the educational program in here, I kind of confused where is my focus program. So at this time, at this moment, I think I want to focus with the reward program.
So my last questions regarding about how can you be sure that this program can be sustainable?
If sustainable, I think I already set the time down is for 4 months. But for the sustainable, I think I have some forward evaluation for this program. For this sustainable, I can't really answer it, but I've planned that after this program, I want also an educational program.
Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih untuk para juri telah memberikan feedback pada finalis urutan ketiga, yaitu Kak Ataya Putri Indrani.
Baik, sekali lagi terima kasih kepada para juri yang telah memberikan feedback untuk para finalis. Dengan berakhirnya sesi feedback dari para juri, maka acara akan dilanjutkan dengan English Speech sesi 1. Sesi English Speech akan dilanjutkan dengan bahasa pengantar bahasa Inggris. Welcome to the first session of English Speech. Before we start, please allow me to read out the mechanisms for the first session of English Speech. Each finalist will conduct 2 English speeches in 2 sessions. The order of speaking of each session is determined by drawing lots that has been done by the committee before the grand final day. Namely, first in order is Kak Azizah Ashrimufliha, followed by Kak Aisyah Zahra Babimsyah, and Kak Ataya Putri Indrani as the third order.
For the first session of English speech, each finalist who gets the first order can choose a number that will lead to the topic and proceed to the second and third order of finalists. Each finalist are not allowed to choose the same topic. Each finalist will get 2 minutes of preparation time, and preparation time will begin after the MC announced to start. Each finalist will get 3 minutes of speaking, and the time will start when the finalist starts speaking. Finalist who exceeds the time will be stopped or interrupted by the MC after 5 seconds. Each finalist will receive feedbacks from the judges for a total of 5 minutes after the finalists have finished their speech. Finalists are prohibited from using offensive, indecent, and/or Sara elements. Each finalist is prohibited from taking actions that could distract the other finalist who is speaking.
Alright, now we begin the first session of English speech. To Kak Azizah Ashrimufliha as the first order number, please come to the stage and choose the topic number listed on the screen.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I choose number 11.
Okay, the topic number 11 chosen by Kak Azizah is equal distribution of dentists in different regions in Indonesia. To Kak Azizah, you may prepare your speech for the next 2 minutes. deliberation time is over. Now, we will allow Kak Aziza to start delivering the speech after the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, all judges, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about distributions of dentists in different regions of Indonesia, we know the fact that now in Indonesia we have uneven distributions of dentists. There is several reasons why these things can happen. I can conclude it into 3 reasons why distribution of dentists is still uneven in Indonesia. The first one is about the Java Center of University in Indonesia who have dentistry majors. Like a lot of new university or a lot of university are competing in opening new medicals or new dentistry majors in Indonesia, and it is still low number of dentistry majors out of Java. It is the first reason. The second one, the graduated professional from all the students from around Indonesia who take education in Java usually don't want to back to their region. Because of what? Because of the third reasons. The third reasons is they are being comfortable because of the facilities. Because it is the fact that the facilities itself, it's not uneven. Like in the hospital, the best hospital in Jakarta, we can have an intraoral camera or maybe digital radiograph in our clinic. But in the other area, in the outer area of Indonesia, even we need to use micromotors, or it is still really hard to have a dental treatment there. So it will be the reasons. It is the main reasons why the distributions of dentists is still being the most common issues in Indonesia. But there is actually a solution that government already do, that is internships. Talking about internships, maybe for all of you who haven't heard about it, it is already implemented now. As I know, it is a program with 6 months of internship after being a legal dentist, and it gives us a lot of benefits. At least I can mention 3 benefits of internship and how it can solve this problem of the distributions. The first one, the dentists can enhance their competency and strengthening the quality of their practice. The second one, they can add additional knowledges, and the other one is it can also distribute dentists to all Indonesia. Because of what? Because when they are put in the other area out of their university area, it means they will try to have experience in the new area. So what I want to say here is, not only Java who need dentists, all area in Indonesia is need dentists, but government already do the solution, and we need to support what the government already do. And that's all from me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Kak Aziza. The speech time is up. And now the judges are welcome to give feedback to Kak Aziza.
Thank you, Aziza, for your speech. Very well spoken. So, do you think if we open new dental schools, it will help the unequal distribution of the dentists?
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the questions. I think it will help, but it cannot be the only solutions, because what I mentioned before, the problem is not only just by the education infrastructures, but also the health infrastructure itself. So if we add more educational dentistry majors in, for example, Kalimantan or Papua or other area in Indonesia, but we don't improve the infrastructure of the health system itself, it won't be good.
Okay, so I think sending the dentists to the rural areas in Northern Indonesia 60-70 years ago, it's already, and it's become compulsory at that time, and at some point it's not become compulsory, and but still we have the same issue. So what do you think is the main problem here? Why it still become an issue? Even it's have been implemented like decades before.
About the internship program?
Like
the quality of the health infrastructure itself. So I think it is the main reasons why the dentist, a dentist will be comfortable to work there if the machines, the buildings is supporting their daily practices, and also the other factors, for example, the salary, and also the, for example, the people around the dental practices. It is a multifactorial phenomenon. But if the government is focusing on distributing the equal health facilities first, I think it will help to distribute the dentist.
Thank you. Congratulations, Aziza, for speech. My question, do you consider that patient knowledge about dental health is also very low in why dentists would want to go back to their hometown after finishing their studies in Japan?
Thank you so much, Prof. for the questions. I think yes, it is matters to the people's knowledge to the willingness of the dentist to back to that area, because it must be hard for the dentist to help practice there when the people don't excited to have a dental treatment, or they don't take it as an important issue. But I think when the people is don't excited or don't aware about this, the dentist should not leave them. But what makes this happen is like maybe they feel like they are alone or they are less powered. So they need to be collaborate with all. Like if they want to build a successful dental practice in primary health centers, for example, they must be a big team. Like for example, not only one dentist there or 2 or 3. Like there must be a bigger amount so that they can do it together. So it will have a better results, I think. Like that. Is there another? There's still 1 minute. Oh, it's all. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. And
Thank you, judges, for the feedback, and Kak Aziza for the answers. Now, to Kak Aisyah Zahra Bamusha, as the second finalist, please come forward and choose the topic number stated on the screen.
I'm gonna choose number 8.
Okay, Aisha has chosen the topic number 8, which is culturation appropriation versus culturation appreciation and their boundaries. To Aisha, you may prepare a speech for the next 2 minutes. Okay, preparation time is over. Now we'll allow Kalisha to deliver the speech after the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Cultural appropriation is a form of a person or a community disrespecting a person's culture. For instance, a white male using corn braids of the cultures from black peoples. And this has been long debated throughout many cultures because sometimes us Indonesians or Asians, we like to see white males using our traditional costumes, right? However, certain cultures such as black people or even certain male Asian people inside the Western countries usually are offended by the appropriation that is created by some cultures, different cultures within their own community. However, we have to understand that cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation lies different contextually within different culture. Because noting that certain culture would feel being appropriated by certain culture means that sometimes they have certain values or history of discrimination, and that's why they are offended if a certain culture uses their corn braids, for example, or other traditional costume. However, back in the days, they were colonizing those countries. So this is the case of usually black people and white people in America. However, we have to also acknowledge that certain Asian countries such as Indonesia, Japan, or even Mexico, Latin America, usually like to see this as cultural appreciation because they see that their culture should be much more promoted, much more used, and much more promoted by being used by other culture. So that's why in this speech I would like to highly suggest that each culture here sees this issue within its own context, within its own culture. So we don't have to judge whether if it's cultural appreciation or appropriation within ourselves, but we just have to ask those cultures, do you feel offended if your culture is being used? If you do, then please, other culture do not bother them. But for us, who like to be promoted, who like to be appreciated, we want you to see our culture more. So in this speech, I would like to highlight the importance of empathy and understanding within different cultures and setting the boundaries if some culture feel offended or feel appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kaisha, for the English speech. Now the judges may give the plaques to Kaisha.
Thank you, Aisha. It was a very good speech. So, if I'm not mistaken, I can conclude that from your speech, negative attention is also attention. So, culture appropriation or appreciation will be very subjective based on the context that it is being displayed. And people should have positive state of mind to not just categorize it into appropriation. So maybe I have one question. Sometimes in social media posts can ignite some controversy sometimes. So people can really, in one picture, using, I don't know, maybe some culture from any other country, they use it for personal interest to gain popularity or to make money from their postings. So do you think it is appropriation or appreciation in your opinion?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan, for the question. If the case is that the person is trying to gain a personal benefit out of the culture being used, I think it goes back to the culture that is being used. Because, for instance, there are a lot of white or other cultures, such as Mexican, who uses the Muslim clothing Arabic clothing, but the Arabs are actually celebrating that. So even if those people think that they would be able to gain personal benefit, but the other culture feels like it's a mutual benefit, it's okay. However, if there is already long debate regarding like born race, is very personal, it's very subjective towards culture, and the N-word and such, it's not, there's no boundary again, we shouldn't say that for a reason.
So I think I might suggest that giving a acknowledgement perhaps in the captions or getting a digital consent would be useful in order to avoid this kind of accusation. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia, for your speech about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. In your opinion, maybe let's put the context in Indonesia. In your opinion, in Indonesia, do you think that our knowledge about history, about culture that relates to, because you know that Indonesia has so many different tribes and everything, culture, okay? And especially maybe in Japanese people, they also have a history about culture that they have. As you said, that people will appreciate the foreign person will wear some outfit or things like that. It means that they appreciate our culture. However, do you think history, knowledge about history, about that culture in the nation is also related to how people think that is it cultural appreciation or cultural appropriation?
Thank you so much, Prof. for the question. So actually, in my opinion, I believe that knowledge about culture is correlated with the application of culture being used. Why? Because for instance, in the case of Indonesia and Malaysia, when Malaysia back in several years ago wanted to claim that Batik was theirs, we understood that from the history we have studied that it is Indonesia that has that culture. So from there, I believe that it has a correlation, because if there is one person or a community from a certain culture uses cultural properties from another culture, we understand where the culture comes from and which culture, which community that we have to acknowledge on. And for this case, we understand that we should acknowledge Malaysia to claim that it is theirs and it is us. And we should say that if you claim it to be yours, you are appropriating my culture, but appreciating it. Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the feedbacks and Kaisha for the answers. Now to Kataya Putri Indrani as the as the third finalist. Please come to the stage and choose the topic listed on the screen.
I think I'm gonna go with number 3.
We're very sorry, but number 3 has been chosen by the previous finalist. May you choose another number?
Number 1.
The topic number 1, chosen by Kataya, is voluntary childlessness, child-free phenomenon in Indonesia. You may prepare your speech for the next 2 minutes. Alright, the preparation time is over. Now we will allow Kak Ataya to start delivering the speech after a countdown of 3, 2, a little bit. I think a little bit. Should I start? Okay. On the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Child free is a tax that is not, it's uncommon in Indonesia, I think. Because do the judges consider a child as a burden? I don't think so. So yeah, child free, I think child free has a pros and cons. For the pros that I know, from me personally, from my point of view, having a children can make me become a better person. And also, maybe I have a companion in my geriatric or when I'm older, I think. And also, have a children, this can be a reward for me if we have a children that is really have a good education, a good behavior. I think we can say to other people that our child is a great children, I think. But also there's a contra in here. Also we hear in the social media that having a children can make us aging faster. I think that is the funny one because aging is also multifactorial, and for me having a children is not correlated with aging, I think. And maybe we can work harder to make money, so we can treat our children better. But also, what I'm concerned in Indonesia, I know that in Indonesia it's still common with abusive by the parents to the children, and I think this is one of the contra in child free, that maybe many parents in Indonesia still haven't ready to have children. So yeah, when they get stressed, so they give the abusive treatment to their children. But I think this is really subjective because there are 2 points that I want to say. That the first one, if we want to have children, we have to be ready financially, we have to be ready mentally, I think. And the second one, when we think that if we have children, we have a company when we are older also. And I think maybe this can be a consideration to us if we want to have children or not. But the main thing is we have to work harder and harder if we want to have children. And this is there is no correlation with aging. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Kak Ataya. The speech time is up now. The judges are welcome to give feedback to Kak Ataya for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ataya. So I'm not going to debate this because I think it is an excellent. So I think, what do you think government should do to be against this child free thinking? So is there any more creative programs to make all those couples that have this feel like more aware of the importance of it's about the power to support the country. And so what do you think the creative things that maybe governments do to promote the benefits to having kids, children?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think we can go with the educational program, how in good parenting, and also we can guide an influencer in social media. Like maybe they can share their experience for having children, and then maybe like the tips and trick. And yeah, I think that is really social media have a really good significance in our life today. And I think this is when we this already, and also I think when parents can treat their children properly, they often get some abusive to their children, and I think government have to guide the influencer to educate people how to be a good parent. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ataya. I think the topic is very interesting to discuss. Basically. So, recently, I think you know in social media there's a term DINK, no income, no kids. It's very, very popular. And DINK what? With a dog or with a cat. It's getting very popular, and it's actually a financial term because some of them are optional. They choose not to have kids to have better financial situation. So this phenomenon is considered to be offensive phenomenon. And actually, because I'm from the public health, epidemiologically it's quite dangerous because our pyramid, usually triangle, right? So younger population proportion is higher. But if we continue with this type of phenomenon, then the pyramid will change. That the older person will be having higher proportion, and the shape will change into an inverted triangle. And if that happens, then a lot of older people are not supported by younger people, and it might have very serious financial consequences. So when you talk about this topic, perhaps you can incorporate many aspects, not only, for example, you mentioned about aging, or maybe optional in terms of financial, if they are prepared or not, but also look at it as a bigger picture. So the effect that it will have in Indonesian population aging. And I think your opinion is
Thank you, Ataya, for your speech. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Alisa. It's a very interesting topic to discuss. And then maybe I would like to hear from you. What do you think factors might lead to this very childless, child-free phenomenon that is like Dr. Alisa said, is increasing in Indonesia?
I think one of the factor is seeing other country who already implement this child-free tax. I think, for instance, maybe it's Japan that now has increases of people in there. People see Japan as a rich country and also very neat country, and most of the people is implementing the child-free in their family. I think people think that if we don't have more children, we can manage our life better and something like that. And also we can agree more that Indonesia right now is really seeing the foreign country in the foreign country or country abroad, and yeah, I think it's also correlated with the nationalism in Indonesia that I think we still have to believe that the Indonesian theory or the learn that we have from our parents is also important for our life.
Thank you, Kataya, and thank you, judges, for the feedback. And the ending of the feedback session for the third finalist marks the end of the English speech session 1.
Now we will proceed to the second session of English speech. But before we start, please allow me to read out the mechanism for the second session of English speech. For the second session, each finalist will respond to the themes and speeches that have been delivered by other finalists in the first session. Only one of the other two finalists may ask questions or respond to the finalist who made the speech. For this session, the speech preparation time for each finalist is 2 minutes. Each finalist are allowed to choose one of the themes from the other finalist's speech to give a response. Each finalist will get 3 minutes of speaking time, and the time will begin when the finalist starts speaking. The finalist who got their speech chosen also has the opportunity to give responses back. Finalists who exceed the time will be stopped or interrupted by the MC after 5 seconds. Each finalist will receive feedback from the jury for a total of 5 minutes after the finalists have finished their speech. Finalists are prohibited from using offensive, indecent, and/or Sara language. Each finalist is prohibited from taking actions that could distract the other finalist who is speaking.
With that being said, now we begin the second session of English speech. First, we will open a response session for the first order of speech delivered by Kak Aziza Hashim Mufliha as the first finalist. For other finalists who wish to respond to Kak Aziza's speech, please raise your hand after the countdown of 3, 2, 1. Kak Aisyah, please give your response to the speech of participant number 1, namely Kak Aziza Hashim Mufliha. Please come to the stage. To Kak Aziza, he also may come to the stage.
Respected judges and audiences, please let me ask a question to Aziza. So Aziza stated and explained about distribution of dentists around Indonesia, and what I'd like to ask is the correlation between the lack of male in dentistry and its effect on the distribution of Indonesia if there is an implementation of internship being added. So firstly, I would like to state that there are many articles that I've searched on previously that the distribution of dentists is also caused due to the fact that there's less male in dentistry. Why? Because male are more flexible if they're allocated to rural and remote areas. Thus, if there's male in dentistry, then less dentists would be much more willingly to be allocated to remote areas and to be distributed evenly around Indonesia. The cause of why male are so few in dentistry is because dentistry takes so long to study. However, culturally, Indonesian male usually want to focus to graduate earlier in order to give monetary support towards their own family. So what I'm trying to ask here is, what internship will impact? What are the impacts of internship towards these male if there is more additional time of studying dentistry, which is 6 months? For
Thank you, Aisha, for the response. For Kaziza, you may prepare your feedbacks for the next 2 minutes. Okay, preparation time is over. Tulka Aziza, please deliver your feedback within 3 minutes after the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you so much, Aisha, for your feedback. What I get from your feedback is about the male and female distribution or the ratio in the dentistry sectors. Maybe we can take this as one of the factors that affect the distribution of the phenomenon of unequal dentists in Indonesia. But let's take a closer look to this problem by giving a little survey. If we check in our class, for example, our DECA usually discussion with a small group from the 13 students, there only 1 or 2 male, right, in the class. That and if we look to our batch, for example, there's only 10 until 20% of male and the other is female. So we can say maybe it is a fact. What you think? Like it is a fact the distribution of the dentists because all of them are female. We are here a lot of female who are maybe we are as a woman related to keep in our hometown. Not at all, but maybe we are related to take care of our children closer to our family. So it is hard for us to be placed or to be distributed into rural areas. But what I want to state here is what you say is true, but it's not the only factor. I mean, we cannot only depend or just depend to the male populations because if we see the facts right now to the data, the population of women will be always increased and we will be more than men, right? So we cannot be dependent on them who are male dentists to be just distributed to the other areas. So other than focusing into the ratio of male or female dentists in Indonesia or who need to be placed, for example, the male dentists are preferred to be more distributed to the other rural areas. Other than think about that factor, although that may be one of the factor, but the bigger thing that we need to look is, I think the solution that I've ever mentioned before, which is about the distribution or the increasing of the facilities of the healthcare facilities, of the awareness of the citizens so that they can go to the dentist. I think this will be more impactful other than thinking about this factor. I think that's all for me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Kak Aziza. And now the judges are welcome to give feedback to Kak Aziza. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kak Aziza. Okay, now we'll open a response session for the second order of speech delivered by Kak Aisyah Zahra as the second finalist. For Kak Ataya, as the third finalist, you may give your response to Kak Aisyah's speech as the second finalist and come to the stage.
Thank you. I want to ask Aisha about the cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation. As we know that Western culture right now in Indonesia is very famous, and many people in social media get more appreciation when they act cool as a Western culture. And like, for example, like LGBT or something. And the other is labeled as a cool action as a teenager. And for me, this is a big concern in Indonesia. Especially, we have a really dense traditional culture. And yeah, my question is, what is your opinion about this phenomenon, social discrimination?
Okay, thank you, Kak Ataya, for your response. And we go back to your seat. For Aisha, you may start to prepare your response for the next 2 minutes. Okay, preparation session is over. To Kak Aisha, please deliver your response within 3 minutes after the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Respective judges and audiences, please answer the question. Yeah. Is Western culture now more glamorized than Indonesian culture? In my opinion, I think it depends. I don't think it's rightly negative or rightly positive. Also, because this is a social phenomenon, we have to analyze it through social means that we can counter the negative information by using internet as well. We can study which right and which wrong from the studies from the internet and from the discourses and discussions that are made by people on social media as well. So those negative things can be countered. Secondly, seeing the controllable side from this perspective. I think you can say that 90% of people here uses ethnic skirt, right? And also you can say that nasi padang is better than junk food. Although this is 2023, we can claim and use those cultural properties. Why? Because the government in Indonesia has a positive side where they mostly still have an attempt to counter the globalization that comes to Indonesia by allowing trends to happen by celebrities, for instance, to glorify the use of ethnic skirt, or to use memes to say that nasi padang is the best nasi that you will ever eat, ever. So therefore, I believe that Western culture right now somehow is glamorized, but because the existence of internet and the existence of our government that has a positive side of countering those things exists, it has more positive side than negative side in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aisha, for the response. Now we will open the response session for the third oral speech delivered by Kak Ataya Putri Indiani as the third finalist. So for Kak Azizah, you may give your response to speech participant number 3, namely Kak Ataya, and come to the stage, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, when the topics of Ataya's speech come up in the screen, I was really shocked because, oh yeah, we don't think about this topic last day in our practice, but it is so related to our daily life because it is so hot lately. But Tayo, Ataya, as that you mentioned before, this issue is so popular in Indonesia, although maybe there is some pros and there is some cons. But maybe in the long term, this will make a negative impact if we keep doing nothing towards these issues. Like you already mentioned before about some countries, for example, like Japan, it is having a crisis because of this issues and this principle. They don't want to have children. They are preferred to work and other things they love other than handling a house and doing work of their children. But in the end of the day, I heard that, and I've ever read that Japan is arranging strategies about how to make their citizens want to have a child. Because they are afraid someday they will have a scarcity of the populations. They are run out of human like that. They are afraid of that problems in the future. So they are pushing their citizens to have children. My questions for Ataya is, maybe it is long term, but these things can also happen to our country if we do nothing to these issues. If we just don't care about what people think, this can happen to our country. So my question is, as a youngsters and as a college students, what we can do to prevent the long-term negative impact of the child-free issues in Indonesia? I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kak Azizah, for the response. And for Kak Ataya, you may come to the stage and prepare your feedback for the next 2 minutes. Okay, preparation time is over. Untuk Kak Taya, you may please deliver your feedback within 3 minutes after the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much, Aziza, for the question. In my opinion, to prevent the negative impact of child-free is the preventive. Is something that we can do before this thing happen. That we talk about Indonesia, that maybe child-free is not really common in our country. Okay, the first one is educational program from the government about having children, and then the second one is a scholarship for the kindergarten or pre-formal education. I think that one is a really good idea because before some kids can read, or before some kids can really can do elementary school, I think the pre-formal education is really important. We can and in Indonesia, maybe it's uncommon in Indonesia that we know the kindergarten school is really pricey, or maybe pricier than the elementary that we know. Indonesia already have 12 years of 12 years education obligatory. And the third one is the preparation program before marriage. I think this one is also important for the new couples or parents. And also in the preparation program before marriage, we can also guide the social media influencers. But one thing that I want to highlight in my answer is maybe the preparation, maybe the scholarship for the kindergarten is a new fresh idea from me, because then I know sekolah negeri just applied in elementary school, high school, and junior high school. And I think a pre-formal program is really important because the struggle of being a parent is actually popping in when children still balita, I think. Yeah, and I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Kak Taya, for the feedback. Now the judges are welcome to give feedback for the whole English session too. So for Kak Taya, you may turn back to yourself.
Thank you, Ataya, Aziza, and Anisha. Triple A, we have triple A candidates this year. So I think all three of you have conveyed a very good argument. Sometimes I know it's difficult. Within 2 minutes, you have to come up with something very refreshing or very new ideas. So in terms of conveying or replying back to an argument, I think it's good if you can also cite evidence. So you can mention either according to, for example, Ataya mentioned about epidemiological data in Japan. So epidemiological data in Japan, or something, the intervention that already been done by other country. It's a good point to initiate feedback or contra-argument from your opponent. But in general, I think three of you did a really good job. The topic is not easy, but you will be able to convey within 2 minutes. So thank you very much.
Okay, I think also the comments for how you need to prepare for the first one range to exercise. So please, when you give us this kind of scenario, you see it in all aspects. And mostly, it has to be preventable to our first you have to see first into your daily life and how it is going to influence maybe yourself as students, you as a part of the community, yeah, and also more as citizens of yourself of the world. Yeah, so first you have to be, for example, I say maybe you have to, it's better if you start with outdoors activities, yeah. That is also about the child-free, yeah, how it is going to be a very big risk or big problem to our future. Yeah, I think for that because it's already we talked about the Indonesia, right? So I think that's for me.
Thank you. Congratulations again, Zab and Sheila. Actually, I suggestion from the comment side that I also similar. However, maybe because we're going to present Friday to maybe an additional level, maybe please search through many hot topics here because you know the committee has prepared so many topics, maybe 30 topics. Maybe you have to read a lot and then have a look at the news or what is important topic and also relate it to your life as a student or future dentist, future healthcare, and also local or international program. So I think that's all from me. Congratulations again.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, for the feedback. And the finals in this marks the end of the second session of English speech, and the next agenda will be held in Bahasa Daerah.
Selanjutnya akan ada sesi break dan diskusi oleh para juri sampai pukul 14.00. Pada para hadirin diperbolehkan untuk istirahat sejenak dan kembali ke ruangan pada waktu tersebut karena akan segera dilakukan pengumuman pemenang mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI 2023. Terima kasih.
gitu. Buset ya segala macam. Anyway, kita terus ke dalam kan ngomong sama orang. Kan aku di belakang. Sebenarnya siapa sih ini teman gua? Siapa sih temen gua? Orang paling penting lah. Jakarta kaget. Kayak kesel gitu karena gue sembunyi-sembunyi lalu kok ada loh. Ini kulit orangnya sangat liga, parah banget. Ambil gitu.
Ada 37 menit lagi.
kali tuh. Iya kan? Tahu lagi prospek.
Iya udah nanti kita on camnya satu. Emang boleh. Lah kan emang kita kelompok, boleh di depan.
Oh boleh di depan yang sama ya?
Iya dong,
Oh iya iya.
boleh ngumpul.
Oh iya dong, kita lagi
Kita ngumpul.
Yes yes.
Nice. Makan dulu sayang, udah makan belum? Makan dulu dong, aku lagi mau kuis. Baca grup. Paspornya apa ya? Tes mau. Dan 10-nya 10 bagus. 10 SE. Tunggu kalian.
Kalau Ya, nitip tas. Nitip tas.
Kayak mau nyanyi katanya. Juara vokal. Tuh dong, kayak mau nyanyi dong. Nonton Blackpink.
Super Stay Vinyl It. Dari Maple New York, dari Mute hingga Merah Data Transfer. English is my second language. As a partner, I will be passionate about instructions are coming and I will see my cousins on my social media. I have
In a world where I get so high, and when I believe it, but somehow I'm sure the world was inside my heart, and the love for you I Yeah.
pengumuman live view nggak pada pengumuman masih ada poster jadi aku lihat ini pembentuk bisa masuk situ kan ya? Iya bisa. Nah, aku paling terima. Buat nambah slide bentar ya, aku kirim materinya. Aku masukin slide 33 ya, Wan. produk ini, produk lagi. Makasih Mbak Molly. Wan, misalnya halaman 3 aja. Antara sebelum welcome to Indonesia.
Emang nggak makan? Nggak keluar. Udah ada apa-apa.
Itu kelompok 3 ya? Setting HD dulu itu videonya. Berapa ya? Kita kelompok berapa?
Kayaknya kita naik. Kelompok berapa kita naik?
Iya.
Kelompok
Kayak masak sih. Ini loh. Ari, Ataya, Ataya Putri, Atika Freda, Aisyah, Anissa, Beatrice, Bianca, Aisyah.
Kenapa kalian kesini aja sih? Di docs ya maksudnya. Aduh, aku harus ngejelasin pertolongan.
Menarik, biar cepat. Ini banyak ujian berkelompok kan di sini? Iya, berkelompok nggak sih?
Nggak mau dalam satu meja yang sama? Bergeser.
Kalian mau geser nggak?
Gitu.
Ya udah.
Ya? Oh, bisa di merge gitu nggak?
Merge. Agak panjang ya.
Saya bisa aja masih lebih enak. Ya udah. Ya udah nggak apa-apa. Kan biasanya ujiannya kedengeran kan kalau
Iya. Iya. Ujiannya berkelompok.
Ini grup dong.
Kita sekelompok.
Di sini aja nih. Kenapa lu nggak? Kenapa lu di meja yang lebih kecil?
Di sini kan kamu di sela. Ayo di sini.
Yang baru.
Jangan di luar. Gimana? Di luar juga boleh lah. Kayak apa lah? Di luar aja lah sana lah.
Udah ngomong nggak?
Lagi nungguin orang.
Udah, tadi udah.
Tadi udah nyapa.
Ada yang mau nemenin gue di sini nggak?
Sini aja.
Ya kalau di luar aja deh.
Ini laptop berdua tuh.
Kamera
Gimana?
ada kan?
Saya berenang. Dua.
Oh, sama.
Otang. Beda kabupaten. Beda apa? Kabupaten. Kan ada kota, kabupaten. Tapi rumah kamu nggak di situ kan, Jo? Rumahku di Cikupa. 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 Apa sih? Kita tiga kan, kalau tiga. Iya. Buka ini dulu. Takut ini.
Ih, gue lagi bersih deh, Jo.
Iya.
Biasa banget ya.
Udah kurang ya. Kopi
Suaranya dari satu laptop aja. Coba aku ini aja. Satu orang ini notes pada satu kelompok semua ya. Kelihatan tidak adil sebenarnya.
Justru nggak adil buat kita kan nggak belajar semua.
Ya juga sih.
Gak itu suara bapak.
Dok Lukman. Betul lagi. Dok Lukman. Oh, Dok Lukman temannya Dok. Ya iyalah. Kan mah. Udah semua ya. Rata-rata ujian laptop. Itu banyak banget ya sih. Ya kita juga banyak. Apabila kita di soalnya itu kita kan dicatat atau foto oleh alamat setelah selesai langsung aja silakan kerjakan di laptop masing-masing. Saya juga saya udah aja gitu supaya ada pamit. Nanti kalau udah kita boleh aja nanti saya akan kasih videonya untuk jawaban yang sudah masuk sebelum yang tidak selesai. Dan kalau itu sekalian saya juga paksa bulan puasa di Bali. Nanti kalau ada yang aja, kalau saya ada mencari boleh WA.
Sini nggak sih ya?
Terima kasih. Masih banyak dokter.
Masih banyak dokter. Ini kan dua yang
teman-teman aku benar-benar terbuka ya.
Hah? Ini bertiga ya? Kan ada biasa gitu sih. Ada. Ya udah. Kita ada berapa orang? Berapa? Tiga ya? Yang katanya dibagi. Udah pokoknya. Udah. Ini tuh kayak bisa gini atau kan gini atau kan pokoknya ada yang ada kelas tapi sama disuruh sama tadi serah deh ya udah deh jadi aku belajar lah aku sudah nomor 28 berarti 223 yang nomor 2 sama nomor 3 itu bertiga aja. Mending kita yang di sini 2 nomor. Iya bisa sih. Lihat mereka. Iya data satu ini ya dari aku suaranya. Gimana sih? Udah deh kalau pada aja kan gua mau fotoin dulu bentar ya. Procedurnya berarti 1, 2-nya 3 kali, 3-nya 3 kali. Yang tadi kitanya bareng gue. Itu kan? Terus yang 1, 2, 3. Ya sama bener aja. Takut.
Kurang itu bukan masalah dapat.
Boleh di ini enggak ya? Sama Aisyah dan Ate Putri, yes, semua orang yang di sini.
Ujiannya sampai jam 3.
Tapi kan kalau kita bisa cepet lebih sebelum. Soalnya kalau kita main sama hijau, ayo. Pertama kali ini pakai bahasa Indonesia. Ini ada masalah apa sih sama tayo? Ini kan ada rencana pemeriksaan manajemen sama edukasi. Kita bagi 3 aja. Ada lagi. Aku bikin ya. Sasuri, sama bicara. Ini kan ada rencana pemeriksaan manajemen sama edukasi. Kita bagi bertiga aja tuh aku. Aku gimana? Kamu aku dibuang dapat. Kamu dapat nomor berapa itu aku udah fotoin. Iya. Iya. Parah ya Aziza. Itu gue mau biar pemeriksaan. Jadi anak kamu suka edukasi sama gitu ya. Kamu udah kamu
teman-teman
ya ini adalah beda kamu yang mana pun atau lain aja pakai di PC aja ya. Oke, ini beda. Mana ada? Thank you. Ini lihatnya di mana ya? Di PPT yang kemarin aja, yang presentasi itu.
Turun kita dong PPT-nya.
Tadi bikin angel, astagfirullah, kenapa aku? Ih, lu banget deh,
Berarti
kok aku kebalik? Paling yang nambahin yaudah koma tambahin lah biar ada effort itu lu di jidok iya jenis optimik nomor 2 kan namanya representasi bentar itu yang PPT nomor berapa? Berapa? Kelompok berapa? Bawah tuh capek-capek aku ngirim ini cuma alat instruktur dan fungsi bola mata kan yang 1A kalau di PPT dokumentanya tuh nggak ada gitu-gituan ya? Itu isinya cuma anatomi, basic mata.
dari apa nih?
Dari tapi kita juga kayaknya gue harus nyari kalau ini mau yang cepat tapi gue harus ini ada tahu ada selalu baca aku belajar apa apaan ada iya ada Domita di Domita ya ada halaman 35 ay udah misalnya di sini ini nggak usah pakai tapi kalau lagi PPT juga pakai dong PPT dong bisa kalau nggak dikasih enggak kak katakan siapa yang menghapus halaman berapa tadi ayang kamu bikinnya di atas aku ya aku pindah lagi tahu juga mana
kalau tumor itu tidak metastasik. Soalnya kan di sini pemeriksaan general, pemeriksaan penunjang. Oh, work up, penunjang. Oh. Tapi ada complete blood count. Iya, penunjang tahu. Kan subjektifnya udah kan lab itu dibuat langsung dulu work up examination. Intensive diagnostic study, especially for liver disease. Intensive. Yes.
selain dalam bentuk ini, makanya aku bingung tujuan aku yang mana ini.
Itu bertanggung jawab, bertanggung jawab.
Aku kadang-kadang pun bisa kembali
Ini terlalu banyak background ini
kalau aku posisi boleh nggak coba jadi
kata siapa kita belajar ini tiba-tiba
Gini, social phenomenon. Apa ya? The pros and cons of open book examination. And test. Tapi juga resep itu dua-duanya nggak sih biar nggak ketahuan. Satu kalau satu. Angela yang di sini
datang bantuin aku guys. Ini soal kita banyak banget. Itu PP kelompok 3 itu ada yang intravenous terapi, terus konflik dengan dosis aku bantuin.
PPT kelompok berapa?
Yang kirim linknya.
Ini ujian beneran ngisi referensi bawahnya. Tanya aja itu.
Udah di
Dia mau beneran tulis referensi di bawah. Emang isi dong.
Ya,
udah kan harusnya gitu doang.
Tapi bukan open book kan tadi.
Boleh
Orang boleh open book. Itu guys.
Yang mana yang mau dibantuin?
Udah nulis halaman 12-13 sama yang di PPT dokternya juga 14. Banyak banget tuh.
Sampai mana kan kamu?
14 sampai 21 belum.
Wah banyak ya di slide. Bisa nggak ujiannya sampai tahun
Oh, atau enggak obat-obatan dosisnya mas.
Bagian itu bukan urusan kita obat.
Boleh nggak tadi ngerapin sama penini? Saya lagi nyatu. Kesel.
Cuma nulis itu doang.
Yang tadi
Tadi slide berapa? 14 sampai 22. Nggak usah nggak sih?
Gak usah nggak sih?
Menurut gua gak usah dijelasin gitu loh. Udah orang terapi ada cerita
puasa.
belajar dulu gitu. Itu ada
ditanyain aku lagi
Halo, selamat malam membantunya. Kita gimana sih?
gak mau kalau ada kayaknya dari gimana ini? Karena masih gimana?
emang gak sih dimasukin foto-fotonya?
Nggak usah nama-nama aja.
Iya nama-nama aja kan?
Soalnya gini maksudnya
masalahnya di atas sudah ada nama obat.
Oh ya udah
Dari PPT dokternya
terapi aja.
kita harus lihat
saya juga
Bisa di-mute dulu nggak?
bisa ngomongnya pelan-pelan nggak bisa boleh nggak ini area sofa
Kak itu di-mute dulu. Terima kasih ya.
dia ngaku nanya ayamnya nggak keras tadi makanya bukan mati
Siapa yang lagi baperan aku? Belum mencari.
dosennya mau ini pedarin kayak gini sistemnya kalau kecuali emang nggak boleh ngumpul baru boleh nikah kalau misalnya nggak boleh jadi kakak itu ada di
Apa? Belum dong. Kan udah selesai loh.
Siapa aja yang di Iya, jadi sudah sendiri.
Actually need. Oh, kalian
Coba.
Iya. Tahu nggak mereka tidur berapa jam? Si Aisyah 2, Aisyah 1. Emang 2?
Tadi pagi.
Lu ngomong 2. Oh iya.
Pagi. Kalian kenapa semalam? Kamu kira?
Kamu kira apa? Jujur ya, gue tidur tuh
Motong manggis.
Berapa ya?
Ngitung manggis ada berapa di belakang. Kalian kecil ya,
Kan abis yang apa sih zoomnya coffee cok.
Pertanyaanmu agak retoris.
Zoomnya coffee cok kan selesai setengah 10 ya. Itu gue langsung tidur. Terus gue bangun jam 5.
Gue gak bisa. Gila, gue juga gak bisa. Gue bangun nangis.
Ntar dulu, gue kan belakangan ini gue lagi mental breakdance. Jadi gue gak bisa kalau tidur kurang. Itu belajar ya gue juga maunya gitu, gue gak bisa kan ini apa misalnya
kamu dibuka lah bener lah.
hah? Iya, gue butuh sesuatu yang manis dari tadi
Iyalah, masih jari. Jo, ini kok belum dapat kabar.
kabar siapa ya?
Kemarin katanya apa? Kabarin.
Bagaimana Asaya rasanya? Enak banget. Rasanya kayak dapatkan durian runtuh karena kita kan lagi stressful. And this is sweet gitu kan. Jadi kayak this is a kind of telegram that will influence people ya. Wow.
Oh my god.
Cobain dong.
Ini
Gojek.
Penasaran nih, kue X sama kue N.
emang sih Gojek.
Mereka tahu.
Capek. Tapi aku tahu kalian juga capek. Jadi kita sama-sama capek ya. Jadi hari ini itu pelampiasan ini semua.
Besok Sabtu.
Ini alhamdulillah.
Mami, belum nih. Ini gimana nih Alik? Bisnis motor.
Bisnis motor gue dia.
Dia jual di motor, Iya.
Kemarin satu belum laku-laku udah 2 bulan.
Dia namanya
Motor yang udah lebih dari mau kita tambahin.
bukannya kamu bisnis ayam.
Loh, bisnisnya
Kan
banyak.
dia banyak bisnisnya. Wah, multifaktorial. Ayo dulu bagaimana hari ini sejam. Let's have one hour.
Guys, jadi aku tuh kalau pagi aku ketua WPI. Terus kalau pagi siang, kalau siang sampai sore aku sama teh.
Enggak,
Terus
satu
kalau
lagi kulit
pagi
banget.
sampai kalau malam sampai pagi lagi aku anak RK.
Bisa nggak jaga-jaga gitu mereka.
Kan itu beasiswa aku mau.
Kelasnya pasang dulu jadi kayak
Soalnya harus pakai gini, atau nggak yang kayak itu lebih enak. Lebih sancu itu ya, yang lebih kayak ini kan pecah kan?
oh yang kayak suku. Gampang lah itu.
Oh iya. Oh bisa.
Gampang ada. Itu jalan kue ya, say.
Iya ya, aku tahu. Yang apa sih yang di endorse sama Aisyah Suri sama dia kan? Gimana sih? Kenapa?
Anda nggak ada berbayar.
Mana ada yang nggak bayar? Iya lah. Win-win solution.
Itu bukan teman namanya.
Oh.
Buat kerja.
Oh ya.
Udah.
nggak tahu udah gua.
Itu kalau mau makan di coba dulu.
Tahu dari mana? Aduh, kasih doanya.
Udah beres.
Udah. Kata gue udah sih. Filmnya pakai Angel aja ya. Saya kulit ya.
Itu ngelapin dong.
HP kunci. Siapa tuh apa itu lagu kuku yang lucu. Kemana engkau terbang?
Terus bukan hilir mudik mencari.
Oh ya, nadanya gimana sih kan? Iya, itu juga ya? Masa sih? Masa gitu nadanya? Gak tahu loh.
Yang indah.
Lucu. Masa gitu?
Yang indah. Kenapa sih sekarang ini? Ini kalau sih harus terminal dari stres kita loh itu. Kamu bayangkan kita. Kalian stres ngajak ketawa. Udah banget.
Enggak kok biasa aja.
Baik, tadi kamu nyanyi itu kayaknya live stream masih nyala.
Ya nggak apa-apa sih.
Siapa ada yang nyantol.
Kata temen aku, audionya kurang kedengeran. Ya kan?
Emang iya.
Oke.
Enggak apa-apa soalnya itu kan mikrofonnya jauh jaraknya dari mic ke situ ke speaker, dari speaker ke mikrofon.
Hargai kodar itu udah. Kodar.
Iya. Bagusnya ya kalau buat ini nggak masalah. Kalau buat nyanyi ya.
Lu nonton? Tadi katanya yang viewer cuma 3 orang.
Apa bisa? Serius? Enggak mau.
Kok keluarga aku nonton kok. Di keluarga gue komen.
Ibu selalu ada untuk
Apa?
Go smart, always be spirit, mantap.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Go
smart tuh apa? Go smart?
Nggak tahu bagus.
Go smart.
Go smart cabang baru Gojek kayaknya. Buat jadi mapres harus ikut Go smart.
Lu bikin ini baru.
Iya. Lo nggak tahu ide Evergreen sih sebenarnya pakai Go smart gitu.
Private les bisa nggak sih?
Iya.
Private les. Mentor KPI.
Iya.
Private les, Go smart.
Iya, terus tinggal pesan yang pelajaran apa.
Iya.
Jadi menarik.
Iya kan?
Iya nggak sih?
Iya.
Tiba-tiba startup. Tiba-tiba speaker. Ternyata ini nggak cuma dari kamar mandi. Emang itu tempe ya? Iya. Gila kan? Itu tahu.
Ari lu mau nggak?
Nah, gue sejak mapres gue gak nafsu makan lu. Gue bener-bener gue cuma makan 2 sop. Sama. Kok gitu?
Dia jadi makin banyak ya.
Iya.
Gitu. Gue turun 4 kilo juga. Tapi saya kan gak tahu.
Oke gue. Halo?
Itu referensi mau dikatain.
Wah,
Gue ke bawah bentar ya.
emang ngapain?
Sekarang lagi jalan.
Oh iya. Oh. Boleh lah, kan kita kan dananya ini nggak nerawang gitu kan. Sebenarnya tuh bisa nggak sih kerja sama dengan pemerintah? Bisa nggak sih? Apa gitu kalau bikin startup?
Oh, startupnya gede banget.
Oh gitu ya? Nggak, maksudnya kayak bisnis kamu ini. Bisnis kue, ayam.
Oh, yang aku.
Nih aku mau nanya, kamu tuh modalnya dari mana?
Nggak ada modal dari sini.
Ya itu kan modal.
Modalnya cuma 300 awal.
Oh gitu. Dari sendiri kuenya?
Dari bekal.
Mau ikut dong. Arik mau ikut.
Ikut ngapain?
Ikut jadi ngapain? Jadi admin gitu.
Mau jadi foto-foto brand.
Iya boleh tuh.
Mau jadi brand ambassador ya. Nama brandnya apa?
Baru dikit kan tahu aja kasih tahu.
Ih nggak apa-apa sih orang mau sukses.
Udah.
Keren tau Rik.
Jadi
entrepreneur.
Nah, kemarin tuh baru masukin ke kolom gue, itu baru masukin ke lima toko apa gitu.
Oh.
Baru dia baru.
Itu kamu juga baru kan? Usahanya?
Sebulan setengah.
Itu keren udah masuk. Ya aku juga mau nih.
Enggak, awal itu kemasan biasa.
Kamu kan banyak bisnisnya, itu secara naturalnya gimana?
Kumpulin aja yuk. Ayo.
Cara mau ngaturnya gimana? Yang ngumpulin kan aku ditaruh di galeri siapa guys? Itu kan salah satu bisnis.
Kita tuh yang online itu.
Aku dapat 3%.
Kamu udah keren, jadi dia masih kecil.
Ngaturnya tuh kayak gini sih.
Supaya
kan bisnis tuh nggak semuanya cepat gerak terus. Jual beli motor, orang kan lepas, udah beres lepas, ya udah gabut gitu masih ngapain di sini.
Terus?
Bisa dia bilang aku mirip kakak.
Sumpah, kayaknya Arif juga bisa tahu jadi mapres. Karena dia bisnisnya banyak. Kayak udah ada experience gitu loh.
Ini keren tau bisnis motornya, lu dengerin deh konsepnya gimana.
Apa gimana yang motor?
Tahu.
Ngobrol sama
Gimana bisnis motor?
Kalau motor tuh gitu sih.
Ya enggak, maksudnya gimana konsepnya?
Tiga orang beli motor. Terus nanti orang jual lagi.
Oh, reseller motor.
Beberapa orang harus servis dulu.
Iya dia servis dulu, jadi dia tuh harus tahu spesifikasi gimana.
Oh gitu.
Pas dia melihat orang mau jual beli, dia tuh harus kayak langsung itu harga berapa.
Yang servis siapa?
Iya.
Saudara.
Dia maksud tapi lu sendiri kan harus nentuin apa yang harus.
Iya harus ya. Karena
Oh
bisa.
gitu.
Karena kalau main langsung main servis terus semua. Nanti
Kok lu dapet aja sih
motor pasaran jadi mahal.
keren deh. Jadi mau juga. Tapi gue gak ngerti gitu ah. Yang gak ngerti cara ke orang gitu loh.
Cobain aja dulu nanti kan jalan sendiri.
Ya udah sekarang gue maunya ngeling sama usaha kue lu.
Mana tau gak yang pertama kali dapet toko yang mau beli mana?
Gimana?
Ayo BM 5-6 toko.
Motor.
Bukan kue. HP itu. Yang mau cuma satu.
Yang apa-apa itu udah alhamdulillah.
Dari 5-6 toko dia ngebalas itu tuh belum tentu mau ya baru.
Iya.
Boleh dong datang kirim bahannya nggak apa sampelnya satu.
Gimana mulai jam 2?
Di ghosting.
Oh iya.
Kita kumpulin aja ya.
Iya, let's go.
Kayak gitu nyari linknya terus nanti orang nanya lagi.
Jadi kumpulin aja ya.
Ada rekomendasi lagi ya kafe-kafe lain yang kira-kira oh boleh deh ke kafe-nya juga ini standarnya pas ke kafe sana baru nanya. Kemarin saya direkomendasiin sama pemiliknya kafe ini si Mas ini karena lebih pakai kita lebih mempermudah supaya kami masuk soalnya si orangnya yang mau main nanti jadi lebih percaya soalnya orang udah
Mau banget Rik. Keren banget.
Aku aja deh, kamu makan aja.
Mau pipis dulu nggak? Sebelum pengumuman, gue takut ngompol. Apa? Mau pipis dulu nggak sebelum pengumuman? Jadi gue belum lift ya?
Ayo dong.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Gue nggak rekam. Masih gue mati.
Emang nggak tahu.
Tadi mesinnya buat apa?
nggak ada udah otomatis gitu.
Kalau ekspor tuh sistemnya beda tipis.
Berarti
Jadi dia tuh nama pembayaran itu sifatnya LC. Jadi LC itu apa itu? Kamu naik ke atas kapal aja tuh udah kali. Jadi kalau dia tiba-tiba cancel terus benar-benar ya. Dia LC itu barang. Kamu udah punya dokumennya doang, si mereka tuh udah harus bayar. Jadi modalnya tuh udah. Cuma nanti sistemnya panjang, ada yang namanya LOL itu letter of interest. Jadi si perusahaan itu benar buat bukti barang-barangnya yang dia simpan. Kalau sih Setiap hari cengin terus kawan gue.
Aku belum lama di sana.
Jangan ya koleksinya. Kemarin sekali sisanya. Kemarin cuma punya sekali. Hari. Enggak, maksudnya kemarin dia gue gitu.
Iya, lu nariknya ada nggak ada beda?
Iya enggak. Iya, masalahnya dia nih orang tuh udah sering keluar masuk itu kan jadi kayak udah gitu biasa itu pasti habis. Padahal nggak ditenagain.
Itu emang harus
Ya makanya orang kan nggak enak jadinya.
Aku juga ngomongin apa yang belum 2 minggu lalu itu tidak kan tidak berguna sama sekali hari kemarin. Oh yang lagi datang sama? Enggak. Ini maksudnya masih yang pertama itu belum yang kemarin aku juga panik gitu. Kemarin tuh potek gitu loh, kayak korap. Habis itu kan aku juga potek.
Orang kor lagi motong pakai ini kan, lagi motong pakai potong.
Aku pertama kali tahu dokter kan
Parahnya namanya dia kidal juga loh.
iya kidal
kan bilang
terus kalau ngerjain pasien
pakai apa?
ada DU left hand nggak ada
Katanya ada, cuma ya kali
custom
bisa ada yang
custom make DU for left hand. Kalau biasanya kan kita prefabricated DU. Apa sih prefabricated? Ya kan ada prefabricated sama custom made post and core. Kalau kayak custom made itu attach DU. Main kami sudah. Gue nggak tahu story Kak Putri tiba-tiba hype. Tiba-tiba ke Baduy. Yang ngerti itu apa sih kayak di waktu aku gitu ada.
kan siapa tahu. Dua minggu malah lalu.
minggu depan nggak ada SL katanya. Makanya nggak ada SL.
Ya, minggu depan tuh Rabu tuh beli sayang.
Yang katanya ada 2 minggu.
Ada.
Siapa awal-awal pengarahan?
2 minggu tuh maksudnya 1 hari.
Oh gitu. 2 minggu. Oh iya.
Gak sekolah-sekolah.
Oh salah ya berarti, salah interpretasi ya. Berarti kalau lebaran
Itu kabel ketarik. Awas. Enggak, masih.
mau nggak kemana-mana kok.
Kalau pokoknya jadi kalau masih ada di oh iya kayak kerja aja berarti di sini.
Mengundurkan diri adanya.
Kok waktu teori gue kayak denger gitu ya libur puasa. Waktu pengarahan sama dokter ini.
Berharap memang benar ada
Ingat gue ada pencetusan itu. Maka mau nanya lagi, berarti kalau kayak New Year yang bulan-bulan Januari itu kan kerja? Ih,
enggak tahu, udah pernah nggak sih? Nggak pernah. Masa di kematian itu ada teman kita? Enggak, yang ada Aisyah. Oh iya, itu kan aku nggak nyapa. Nggak Aisyah tahu, biasanya kita yang nyapa. Pertama kali ketemu Kakak. Kakak, makasih banget semua. Kita harus vlog. Kamu kapan? Kau udah makan? Udah deh. Mau bokari ya? Gimana dari ini? Di kami kan aku kayak lagi agak gimana gitu, error. Kita lihat saja lah. Ini kenapa ya kursi kita kok jelek banget gitu? Kenapa? Yang kerja siapa ya? Evelyn.
Apa? Punya aku. Bukan.
Type C. Bukan aku. Apa ini teh aku? Ini siapa punya? Antara aku atau Angel, tapi kayaknya Angel. Bukan. Yang aku belum dibuka. Terus punya siapa? Punya lu kalau gue udah gue buang. Gue belum. Arif atau Aisyah? Arif kayaknya Arif. Kalau misalnya foto lah sama mapresnya. Gede banget kamunya. Sekarang temen aku mau cepat juga. Kalau kita kan kayak baju
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali di Grand Final Pemilihan Mahasiswa Berprestasi FKG UI 2023. Sampailah kita pada rangkaian acara yang ditunggu-tunggu, yaitu pengumuman pemenang Mahasiswa Berprestasi FKG UI 2023. Namun sebelum itu akan ada sosialisasi mengenai APDSA oleh Kak Ataya Angel. Kepada Kak Ataya Angel dipersilakan.
Baik, selamat siang semuanya. Jadi hari ini saya akan menyampaikan sedikit sosialisasi mengenai Annual Congress APDSA 2023. Boleh next. Berikut adalah teasernya. Selamat menyaksikan. Baik, jadi pada tahun ini Indonesia dengan bangganya mengumumkan bahwa the 14th APDSA Annual Congress akan diadakan di Bali pada tanggal 1 hingga 5 Agustus 2023. Kebetulan di sini saya berdiri sebagai President of LOC-nya, dokter-dokter dan teman-teman semua. Jadi saya izin menyampaikan beberapa informasi terkait hal ini. Boleh next. Jadi akan ada 17 negara yang merupakan anggota dari APDSA yang akan datang pada bulan Agustus nanti ke Bali. Berikut adalah list anggotanya. Boleh next. Dan berikut adalah poster dari kami yang nantinya akan di-share juga melalui Instagram BEM supaya mahasiswa FKG UI juga bisa ikut serta dan mendelegasikan delegasinya ke Bali nanti. Jadi acaranya itu ada 5 hari. Hari pertama akan dibuka dengan gala dinner dan opening di hotel. Lalu hari kedua itu ada lomba-lomba. Lombanya itu ada 3. Ada SRC atau Scientific Research Competition yang terdiri dari oral presentation dan juga poster. Lalu satu lagi ada EPDAXC atau dental quiz gitu. Dan itu bisa dilakukan individual ataupun kelompok. Lalu hari ketiga akan dilanjutkan dengan ada seminar atau lecture, ada 3 buah lecture, dan juga ada hands-on atau workshop. Dan hari kedua dan hari ketiga itu akan diadakan exhibition atau expo juga dari para sponsorship, seperti itu. Lalu di hari keempat, kita akan full jalan-jalan tour ke Bali dari pagi hingga sore. Lalu malamnya dilanjutkan dengan closing ceremony. Di dalamnya itu ada cultural night juga, di mana 17 negara tadi itu menampilkan kreativitas mereka di depan kita semua sebagai pengisi acaranya. Dan hari kelima itu ada farewell, di mana kita akan check out dari hotel. Tapi ada pilihan juga, bisa post tour. Jadi post tour nanti kita akan ada additional cost juga sebesar $100 atau 1,5 juta untuk pergi ke Pulau Nusa Penida. Di sana kita akan snorkeling dalam 1 hari, lalu besoknya udah check out lagi. Ini poster untuk annual congress-nya, ini untuk SRC, dan ini untuk dental quiz-nya. Boleh next. Oke, ini adalah platform kami, bisa dihubungi melalui Instagram apdsa.indonesia, Facebook APDS Indonesia, melalui email dan juga Linktree-nya seperti itu. Boleh next? Oke, ini adalah logo kami. Next. Baik, sekian dari saya untuk email Commerce APDSA. Terima kasih. Saya kembali ke Mas.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Kak Angel. Selanjutnya akan ada pengumuman pemenang mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI 2023 yang akan dibawakan oleh Profesor Dr. Gigi Ariadna Adisatya Jais, MBiomed PhD PBO. Kepada Prof. Ari, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini sebelum saya membacakan semua pemenangnya, saya mengapresiasi itu kepada seluruh panitia, ada Angel ya, terus Dr. Darwin, dan semua teman-temannya yang luar biasa, juga para juri. Akhirnya ini kita panjang sampai kita sampai hari ini, dan sebentar lagi kita tahu siapa pemenangnya. Siapapun itu pemenangnya, tapi saya mengapresiasi semua peserta ya. Itu kalian sudah berjuang mau maju ke depan untuk FKG. Ini saya akan membacakan. Ini saya tertarik sedikit, boleh sedikit dari Pak saya cerita tentang APDS ini, dan saya mulai jadi ketuanya ketua penyelenggara. Jadi saya pikir ini bukan sedikit ini ya. Gimana kalau kita belum punya program? Jadi acara di sini udah bagus, kalau bisa menjadi ketua APDS harusnya jadi ketua timnya. Ini karena begini, saya kenapa mau ini, karena kita mesti organisasi ini mesti punya kepalanya gitu. Ya, oke, ini yang lain. Sekarang saya akan membacakan pemenang MAPRES FKG UI 2023. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ini hasil dari hasil keputusan juri. Seperti yang dikatakan, keputusan juri itu tidak bisa diganggu juga, dan juri sudah membaca, sudah menilai sepanjang dari mulai CV, dari segala macamnya, dan juga dari penampilan hari ini. Akhirnya ketiga juri yang terhormat ini sudah sepakat ya, untuk juara ketiga jatuh pada Ataya Putri Indrani. Terima kasih ya Ataya ya. Nah, sekarang saya akan, karena ini pesertanya 3, jadi saya akan membacakan juara 2 dan juara 1 sekaligus ya. Ini kita lihat dari hasil juri. Ini saya nggak bisa baca ini, kita ambil juaranya. Juara 2 adalah Azizah Asri Mufti. Dan juara utamanya adalah Aisyah Azhara dan selamat untuk semuanya ya. Luar biasa kalian ya, saya punya dari tadi dari pagi saya lihat ide-idenya bagus-bagus ya. Saya bangga punya mahasiswa kalian. Sekali lagi selamat, ini saya kembalikan ke panitia.
Terima kasih Pak Ari atas pengumumannya. Sekali lagi selamat kepada para finalis, para juara sekarang ya, juara mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI 2023. Selamat mulai semuanya. Dan selanjutnya akan ada pemberian plakat untuk juara ketiga oleh Dr. Meli dan juara kedua oleh Dr. Erik, kemudian juara 1 oleh Prof. Ita. Kepada para juri dipersilahkan. Baik. Selanjutnya akan ada sesi dokumentasi lagi untuk para pemenang bersama dengan Juri dan Prof. Ari. Kepada panitia silakan. Dan Dr. juga, maaf Dok.
Kita semua foto.
Oke, selanjutnya ya akan ada sesi dokumentasi juga dengan seluruh hadirin panitia yang hadir di sini. Diharapkan kepada para hadirin untuk maju ke depan dan berfoto bersama para finalis juri Dr. dan Prof. Ari. Kepada panitia dipersilakan.
Silakan Kak. Silakan Kak. Ayo jangan lu foto panitia. Siapa yang masak?
Para hadirin berfoto bersama. Silakan.
Tapi keren loh kalian. Saya suruh dia suruh. Gimana ini posenya? Posenya mau gimana posenya? Posenya gimana pose fotonya? kelihatan. Darwin nggak kelihatan, Win. Coba saya mundur. Ya. Satu, dua, tiga. Sekali lagi ya. Sekali lagi ya. Satu. Ya boleh. Gaya ya. Satu, dua, tiga. Ini tulisan juara 3-nya nggak kelihatan. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu lagi pakai apa yang ini? Satu, dua, tiga. Oke, sekali lagi kayak bebas. Satu, dua, tiga. Nah. HP-nya siapa ini? Ini HP siapa ya?
Ini kayaknya Mas. Itu pangkunya siapa ini? Saya. MC.
Baik, terima kasih panitia atas dokumentasinya. Dengan selesainya sesi dokumentasi, maka berakhirlah seluruh rangkaian acara Grand Final Mahasiswa Berprestasi FKG UI 2023.
Selain itu, kami juga sangat berterima kasih kepada Prof. Dr. Gigi Ariadna Adisatya Jais M.Gilmet PhD PDO selaku manajer kemahasiswaan, Dr. Darwin Minaidi selaku ketua panitia, serta para juri yaitu Prof. Dr. Gigi Yumiardini, Dr. Gigi Erik Idrus PhD, dan juga Dr. Gigi Melisa Ariadna PhD atas kesediaannya untuk menjadi juri pada Grand Final Mahasiswa Berprestasi FKG UI 2023. Sebelum ditutup, marilah kita membaca doa terlebih dahulu menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa dimulai. Berdoa dicukupkan. Saya Azinta
Dan saya Aska, selaku MC pamit undur diri. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya untuk seluruh tamu undangan terhormat, para juri, para dokter, para finalis, dan seluruh sivitas yang hadir saat ini. Mohon maaf jika terdapat kekurangan dan sampai jumpa di ajang mahasiswa berprestasi FKG UI selanjutnya. Terima kasih dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.